cracked the code. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for the answer? Let me know if you guys can hear me over here, okay? Y'all ready? I'm so ready. And it's so freaking easy too. So freaking easy. It's been in our faces the entire time. It's been in our faces the entire time. So hold on a second. No. Thank you. So I'm good, Fabiola. How you doing? Tap the screen and share the live. Can you guys hear me over here? Let me know. Over here on IG. Let me know if you can hear me before we get started. Does anybody have any questions about what we were talking about yesterday? How did y'all feel after hearing all that stuff yesterday? Let's do a follow-up real quick. How did y'all feel after hearing all that stuff yesterday? Thank you. What did y'all think about what we talked about yesterday? We talked about how our children are being programmed, exhausted, exactly. Doing good, doing good. How you doing? Oh, I'm going to crack the code for you today. You weren't here? Oh, it was good. So it's been fire all week because I'm talking about the layers that are in my 2 new books, which is called The Unspelling of the Black Mind. And yesterday it was 2 layers that are in the book, but the one that is really sticking with me is about how our children are programmed. How you doing, Mr. Gray? How our children are programmed through Sunday school. And we can't just put the blame on Sunday school because it's actually happening in the household. What are you looking for? I was going to get that, George. You didn't have to do it.
I did have to do it because one of the dogs was over here trying to eat dirt.
Well, hi, little red wolf. How you doing? So you said they have politicians in the classrooms without our knowledge. Yeah. Well, in Texas, they are right now implementing putting Bibles in the schools because they notice that you're not bringing your kids to the Sunday school now. The time to program your children are between the ages of 2 and 7. Think of your child's brain. Think of your child's brain as an empty slate, an empty computer, kind of like how it was in the 80s, in the 90s, right? When you bought a computer, you had to load all of these programs into it. You had floppy disks, you had DVDs, you had to program it. You said, yeah, that's him. How you doing? So you had to program a computer. That's what a child's mind is. Okay? A child is a clean slate. There is nothing in their brain that you haven't put into it. So it always cracks me up when I hear, and it's mostly Black people that will say this, they should know better. At their age, at their big age, they should know better. Don't tell me y'all have never heard that before, because y'all probably said it. Right? At their big age, they should know better. Thank you. Haven't we all said that? That's like saying your computer should have a program on it that you never put in there. This computer should have Word. Why does computer don't have Word on it? Why does computer ain't got Word? Where's Word? It ain't on here. Did you put it on there? Well, it should have just came with it. That's how you have to start thinking about your child's mind. If you did not put it in there, it ain't in there. So I love how y'all be making these videos talking about how children today, these kids ain't got no critical thinking skills. How they gonna have critical thinking skills if you didn't give them any? Do you know why kids don't have critical thinking skills? Just put in the comments why you think they don't have any critical thinking skills. And what's funny to me is the people that will say that kids don't have no critical thinking skills are niggas that don't have critical thinking skills. I find that fascinating. Boop. I don't understand why we still send them to board and barter schools. What's board and barter schools? What does that mean? Because ain't nobody made them think. Exactly. You know why? Because every time your kid comes and asks you a question, you tell them the answer. You basically a calculator. Tap the screen and share the live, please. Tap the screen and share the live, please. Share the live. Oh, brick and mortar school? I keep telling y'all to homeschool your kids. Yeah, y'all be doing their homework. But more importantly, your kid will come to you and ask you a question and you just spit out the answer like a fucking calculator. You haven't required them to use their brain at all. Right. You know the line that stays on my tongue at all times, and what I've always said to Jordan? You said they get cut off with their questions. Exactly. You don't want to even hear the questions. What? What do you want? You don't even want to hear the questions. Most parents don't want to even hear the questions. You don't want to be questioned. And then you go to church and then you're mad that you can't ask questions. You don't even allow your kids to ask questions. No one is questioning anything. Good. My niece just hit me up the other day thanking me for pushing her to homeschool her kids. She's like, thank you, Auntie, for pushing me. You're welcome. Figure it out. That's all you need to say to your kids. Figure it out. Hey, Mom, figure it out. Just figure it out. It's not about the questions. It's that you're answering the questions. You should not be answering the questions for them. They should be figuring it out. Why do y'all think Gen Z is as resilient as we are? Oh yeah, I don't mind the questioning of the logic because Jordan was saying a heartbeat. That don't even make no sense. Right? Why y'all think Gen Z is so resilient? Because we had to fucking figure it out. We had parents, but they were fucking invisible. Not Gen Z, Gen X. I don't know all these gens. This shit is annoying to me. Y'all know I don't know shit about time. Gen X. Because we had to fucking figure it out. There wasn't nobody around to ask nothing. My mama was at work. Your mama was at work. Your daddy was at work. Your daddy wasn't there. We had to fucking figure that shit out. But y'all don't let your kids figure out anything anymore. Thank you. They a mess. I need to go over. We don't let them figure anything out anymore. And then you are asking yourself, these kids today must be slow. So if all the kids today must be slow, that means all the parents are doing the same exact thing, right? Because I can see a parent posting a video about these kids not having no critical thinking skills, and there'll be 800,000 comments on it. 800,000 likes. Why are there nearly 1 million people liking that video? Then that means the parents are all doing the same thing, which I said before. This is how you know it is a spell. Because everyone is doing the same exact thing. 97% of Black people all had the same fucking experiences growing up. We all experienced the same shit. How is that? Because all this shit is passed down from generation to generation to generation. Okay? And what was the generation that came after us? Jordan's generation. What's that? Millennials? The thing that I've noticed is they have remnants of us. Because we were working too. I trust me. That is exactly how Jordan was raised, the exact same way I was raised. He was raised feral. Not exactly. I was probably around a little bit more. However, I had a very, very structured household. Because when I learned that children need structure, then I made sure that we were a very structured household. But because I was working, he had to figure it the fuck out. Now let's think about this for a second. Who do you think is smarter? Children that have their mom in the home. I'm talking about kids that go to school, right? I'm not talking about homeschooling. I'm just talking about stay-at-home moms. Which one of these kids had more common sense? The kids with the stay-at-home mom or the kids that had to fucking figure it out? Latchkey kids. So then my question becomes, why are we thriving to be like white women and trad wives and stay-at-home moms and all that when it's handicapping the fuck out of our kids? And the generation that came after us, I would say millennials, when you're raising your kids, I think y'all felt a little guilty, like you didn't want to be your parents. You didn't want to be absentee parents like our parents were. So you went out of your way to be around your kids. But what that actually does is gives them less time to figure it out. Because you are way more accessible. Because you felt a little bit guilty. You didn't want to be your mom. I'm not going to raise my kids the way my mom raised me. But you are a functioning adult. I'm not saying, listen, No black person in America escapes trauma. It just is, it's impossible. Okay? It is impossible for a black person, a black American, an indigenous black American to be trauma free. It is fucking impossible. Because that shit is handed down from generation to generation. So there's no way to avoid trauma, nervous system trauma. There's no way to avoid it. What we can do is try to mitigate it as much as we can, right? Try to regulate it as much as we can. But there's never going to be, in a racist America, a time that you're not going to have nervous system trauma. But now let's think about the trauma that we put into our own kids. Let's talk about that. A lot of people are walking around today with trauma that they got from their own parents. I remember growing up, I certainly had abandonment issues. I had major abandonment issues because of my dad. And what I made sure of, and I'm not saying that this was the right thing to do, but it was the thing that I chose to do. I was a second generation single mom. Me being young and my father picking and choosing when he wanted to spend time with me. You know, he'll say, oh, I'll be there on Friday, and then it'll be Sunday and he still ain't shown up. I remembered that when I had my kid as a single mom. So what I didn't allow anybody to do was to tell Jordan that they were going to come and get him or spend time with him or do any of that shit. Not even his own father. Not my grandfather. I remember the first time my father tried to tell my son that he was coming to pick him up and he did not show up when he was supposed to show up, and I nipped that shit in the bud. Because what I said to him was, what I'm not going to allow you to do is to give my son the same issues I had with people making promises and not sticking to them. You ain't going to be having my son looking out the window for you and you not show the fuck up. So we just nipped that shit in the bud right then and there. That was done. Nope. Oh, his father lived in New York. I want to make plans to come. No. Nope. Mm-mm. Because the first time your ass don't show up, that's on me. Because now I got to make it up to him. Now he's sad. I got to explain why you ain't show up. I got to take the slack for your ass. I'm not doing it. So we're just not even going to do that. You go on to New York. I told you on the picture, thank you for the sperm. We'll be fine. And I meant that shit. I meant that. You don't get to pick and choose when you want to come and interrupt my son's life. Are you fucking kidding me? No. Mm-mm. I'm not saying that my son didn't have any trauma from what I did, but that's mine, and I'll take responsibility for it. But what I will not do is take responsibility for somebody else hurting him, because now I got to whip that person's ass, and now I got to come over and explain to him what happened. So I don't want to do that. So no. But let's think about what you're dealing with today as an adult that you got from your parents. Can y'all name some of these things in the comments? Because some of y'all, especially this generation of kids, this generation of people ain't fucking around with this toxic shit. They're just not doing it. And I say, good on you. I was mad at my mother when my father didn't show up. Exactly. And and here's the thing. There's a lot of kids that are raised by a single mom that are mad at the mom. And I'm like, why are you mad at the parent that stayed? Well, if she would have been better, my dad would have stayed around. Why is it that the nigga gets to escape all accountability? Hello? Well, he didn't show up, so it's your fault. Huh? You know what? It is my fault. I should have protected you from that nigga. My bad. It'll never happen again. It'll never happen again. Don't you worry your pretty little face about it. She's the only one there. Exactly. Your kids will be mad at you, and you're the parent that stayed around. You're the parent that breaks your neck to make sure your kid has everything that they need. And they have resentment towards you. I never really had to deal with that with Jordan, though. Thankfully, I explained to him very early on that it was just me and him. Like his father was a non-motherfucking factor. I feel like we would have had a worse relationship if his father would have been involved. Because it would have been all of that coming back and forth, promises broken, bop bop, hurt feelings. I didn't I didn't want to do it. But if we think about what it is we're dealing with as a parent today that we got from our parents, like especially if your parents took you to church, what was indoctrinated into your brain that you're still carrying as an adult today? Let's do a refresher. Let's do a refresher over yesterday because y'all seem to have missed it. But it's such an important topic because this is where most of the programming that we're still exhibiting today as adults came from. And if you don't know where the spell was cast and you don't know what the spell actually is, you can never break it. I was looking at Harry Potter. I forgot. Sorry. Forgot to put the phone on Do Not Disturb. Hold on. Phone on Do Not Disturb. Hold on. All day long. Can you hear me on IG? Can you hear me? Hang on, guys. It's on Do Not Disturb. I need to charge my phone. It's going to die. I have to wait. Can y'all hear me? Please put it in the comments. Okay. Hold on. Can you hear me now? Hang on, guys. I'm talking to IG. TikTok is fine. I'm just... Whenever the phone rings, it messes up the live over here. So let me know if you guys can hear me so I can keep going. Anything? Hello? Anything? What about now? If not, I'm going to have to restart it. Wait a minute. Hang on, guys. Ugh. What's that? Oh. All right. I just restarted it over here because they couldn't hear me. No, that seems to be working. All right. So we're going to do a little bit of a recap from yesterday. Welcome back. Welcome back. Sunday school is a programming tool used on our kids. Okay. The reason why it's so important is because your child's brain is in theta state from the ages of 2 to 7, really in theta state. And theta state, hey, what's up? How you doing? Theta state just simply means your kid's brain is an empty bucket, just a sponge. They soaking up all the info. Anything you put in their brain, they're going to retain it. And the scary part about that is when your child's brain is in theta state, it completely bypasses your conscious mind. So it's hardwired into your child's brain for life. That's why those years are so pivotal. And you should be very careful. You should be very careful about what your child is exposed to. Your child should not be watching The Young and Restless at 5, like my niece was. Your child should not be listening to Cardi B. Your child should not be exposed to no real adult type shit at all. Because whatever you expose them to is going to be absorbed, and they don't have the reasoning skills to question anything. Why y'all think these people be preying on these little kids? Why y'all think these mofos be out here molesting these little kids? Every day. It's another motherfucker out here that molested another white man. Every day. And I'm not just going to say white men. It's black men too. And women. But why do you think that they're doing it? Because these kids are easy prey. It doesn't take any work. So why children? Every system of control in human history has understood one fundamental truth. If you want to own the future, program the children. Why children give their consent? Children can't give consent, ma'am. They got what from the book instructing them? Children can't give consent, ma'am. Oh, I was about to say. Tap the screen to share the live, please. I was about to say, what? Wait a minute now. I was waiting for your follow-up because I was about to dig in on that one. So, did something else she mistyped? She mistyped. That's why I was waiting like, hang on now. I know she wanted my regulars, so I know she knows this must be a mistake. I was going to say that's why children can't give consent. Exactly. Right? So, why children? If you want to own the future, you program the children. Okay? The Hitler Youth started at age 10. You said you was finna go off. Me too. I was waiting. Residential schools for indigenous children started at age 5. The Slave Bible specifically designed for those who could not read, including children raised on a plantation hearing scripture from birth. Colonial missionary schools across Africa took children first. And Sunday school starts at age 2 to 3. As violent as the fucking Bible is, why would you want anybody putting that shit in your child's brain? This is a critical period of brain development. Between birth and age 7, the human brain is what is known in neuroscience as the critical period, a window of extreme neuroplasticity where the brain is forming its foundational neural pathways. During this period, the brain operates primarily in theta state, that's between ages 3 and 7, and the same brain waves state associated with hypnosis, deep meditation, and suggestibility. So for 4 years, your child's brain is operating like it's under hypnosis. For 4 years. A child in theta state is essentially in a walking trance, absorbing everything as truth without the ability to critically evaluate it. And y'all's be leaving y'all kids with any old body. Before age 7, the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for critical thinking, logical reasoning, and questioning, is not yet developed. A child literally cannot say, wait, that doesn't make sense, because their brain does not have the hardwire for that function yet. Neural pathways formed during this period become the default operating system for the rest of life. They don't just influence thinking, they become the architecture of the thought itself. Rewriting them later, like a lot of people are doing now with the deconstruction, right? Rewriting them later requires conscious, sustained effort against the brain's own wiring. It's 10 times worse for PKs. It's 10 times worse for preacher's kids. Sunday school begins during the theta window by design, not because someone sat down and said, let's catch them in theta state, but because the system evolved through centuries of institutional knowledge about when humans are most programmable. The church learned through observation. This is observation. Through watching. They learn through observation and practice that children who receive religious instruction before age 7 are exponentially more likely to remain in the faith for life. For life. So, they call that raising them in the word. And the reason some parents are okay with that, the reason that a lot of parents are okay with that, is because that Sunday school will then program your child to believe you are God. What Sunday school actually installs? Let's break down exactly what is being installed in a black child's brain every Sunday morning between ages 2 and 12. The authority architecture. What they teach, God is watching you always. Think about that for a minute. You are telling your 2-year-old child, your 4-year-old child, your 7-year-old child, that some imaginary white man in the sky is watching them. Think about that now. These are the same people you don't even allow your kid to have an imaginary friend, but you just gave your kid an imaginary friend. You just gave your kid an imaginary overseer. You didn't give them a friend. You gave them an imaginary overseer, somebody that is watching them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Your kid has never seen him, don't know what he looked like, just knows that there's this creepy guy that's watching everything that they do. Obey your parents. That's directly tied to obey God. Obey. What parent is going to have a problem with that? What parent's going to have a problem with that as long as their kid is going to be well behaved, right? Because now you're installing trauma into your fucking kid. What else? The pastor is God's servant, so they have to respect him. And don't question God's word. That's twofold. Don't question the pastor and don't question your parents. Because your parents are a representative of God. Y'all don't think that's weird? Y'all don't think that's weird at all? Because this happened to y'all. Some of y'all sitting here right now, this happened to you. How many of y'all did this happen to? I know it happened to Tony, right? Who else did it happen to? So what gets wired into your child? A neural pathway that links obedience to survival. So you have to be obedient to survive. This is what you have now put. Oh, you're a Catholic? Ooh. I remember everything, Tony. Now that is shaping your child's neural pathways. Your child's developing brain creates an association. Authority equals God equals safety. Questioning equals disobedience and danger and punishment. At the age of 5. The pathway doesn't dissolve at age 18. It runs underneath every future interaction with authority, bosses, police, government, partners, pastors. You have installed in your child at age 5 to fear authority. So now this adult can't speak up in a meeting. He freezes when challenged by someone in power. He submits to mistreatment and calls it being the bigger person. It's often running the Sunday school subroutine. Oh, I'm just going to be the bigger person. Yes, they call me a nigger, but I'm not going to respond because I'm going to be the bigger. What? Be the bigger fighter? Be the bigger what? Excuse me? They did what now? You program them to be docile. And that's what Whitey wants you to do. Whitey wants you to program your children to be docile. Not to question anything, to just do what they're fucking told. Thank you. Just want you to do what you're fucking told. Don't ask no questions. Installation number 2 is that surveillance program. What does that teach? God sees everything you do. As a 5-year-old, you don't think that's weird? That some creepy imaginary white man in the sky can see me taking a bath, see me sleeping. You did the same thing with Santa Claus. You thought it was so cute. Oh, so cute. You literally told him some fat white man is watching them. God sees everything you do. God knows your thoughts. You can't hide from God. The fuck? Santa Claus knows if you've been naughty or nice. That's the secular version of the same spell. And the tooth fairy. Yeah, you got to go to sleep because the tooth fairy is not going to come and get your rotten little teeth that fell out of your face. Buying into these white people's bullshit. Buying into these white people's bullshit again. This is not a conscience. A conscience is an internal moral reasoning. This was an installed monitoring system, an inner overseer. An inner overseer. You put a fucking slave overseer in your child's brain at the age of 5. Now, hi. Now, how has that affected you as an adult? Y'all still walking around today in guilt and shame because God sees everything you do. Every time you fuck, every time you suck a dick, every time you do something that you think that God doesn't approve of, your ass feels the guilt and the shame of it all. Right? Hey, how you doing? How you gonna be sexually free of God watching? God sounds like a pervert to me. Sounds like a powerless voyeur. Just sitting back watching. This nigga obviously doesn't have cable. So he's just watching y'all. Ain't doing nothing. Just gonna let the world just spiral into chaos. Ain't gonna do nothing. Look at these niggas. These niggas down here just cutting up. Well, God, are you going to do anything about it? No, of course not. Are you kidding? Make a book suggestion video? My books. You can go get the Unspelling of the Black Minds right now. We all know that he didn't come to rescue the slaves because he's not our God. What are y'all confused about? How is the white man's God going to save us from the white man? That's like y'all trying to get reparations from the government and the government didn't own slaves. So who's our God then? You're a God, you dumb fuck. Stupid bitch. You're also dumb. Y'all always need somebody to fucking manage y'all. Because y'all like a little kids. Just little kids that can't manage themselves. I can't manage my own life. I need somebody to look up to. How you looking up to an imaginary motherfucker? How the fuck are you looking up to somebody that's invisible? Huh? What are you looking at? Exactly. Chemtrails? Girl being rude ain't. How am I rude? I'm in my house. You on my live, bitch. You on my live. I'm in my house. I can say whatever the fuck I want. This ain't the job. What you gonna do? Call HR? I am HR, bitch. The fuck? I am HR. Right. Well, who is our God? If it's not the white man's God, whose God is it? We were here for 300,000 years before this God was invented. 300,000. What do you think we was doing? We was sitting around waiting for white people to crawl out of caves. Usually we was just wait. I can't wait for these whiteys to come on out this cave and control us. Damn, they sure are taking a long time. When are these whiteys gonna start walking on 2 feet instead of 4? They sure are taking a long time to come here and control us. We were doing just fine. Had whole civilizations, creating mathematics and all types of shit. Had running water and street lights. We were doing just fucking fine. We got bronze works sitting, advanced bronze works sitting over in fucking European museums as we speak. Y'all still don't know how to do that shit. We got them goddamn pyramids all over the fucking world. Y'all still don't know how to do that shit. We were doing just fine. The problem was we were doing just fine. That's the problem. And nobody likes it less that black people are doing just fine than white people. The minute black people start doing just fine, here come the whiteys. Hello? The minute they see black people doing their shit, minding our business, drinking our water, doing our line dances, popping our fans, here they come. Whoa, 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 whoa. Look at all this black joy. Look at all this black joy. What are they so goddamn happy about? I don't understand. We've done everything to them. How is it that they still have smiles on their faces? I mean, we've done everything. Every lifetime. There's not enough money on this planet to convince me to come back as a white woman. A white anything. Shoes, shirt, sheep, hood. I don't want to come back as nothing white. Socks. Nothing. You got any other colors? All you got is white? I ain't going. Never mind. I'm cool. Whiteboard, white out, white nothing. Snow, nothing. Napkins, nope. You ain't got no other colors? Nah, I'm cool. I don't need to go back. If they ain't got no other colors, I ain't coming back. Y'all ain't gonna see me again. This go round is the one lap. The one lap I got. Hey, do you want to go back? Yeah, your name can be Tammy Sue. Get Get the fuck out of here. Get. Bye. Don't talk to me. I was just playing. Don't play with me. Don't even do it. So you done put this internalized surveillance into your children. That surveillance was also put into y'all. Y'all walking around with this internal surveillance. This, he sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake, motherfucker, living inside your subconscious. Y'all dealing with this shit today. So what gets wired? Internalized surveillance. The child develops an inner watcher, a constant sense of being observed and judged. Remember the word judged. That's a typical white woman name. Typical white Appalachia, eats at Applebee's on Saturday night, whoops it up, has a whiskey and a beer at the same time. That's a typical fucking white woman name. Hey, baby cakes, what's your name? My name is Tammy C. Can't you just see it? I like a beer and a whiskey. Marsha's too old. Marsha's would be 67 to 72 right now. So now that you done put this inner watcher in your child, it becomes a voice in your head that says, someone's going to find out. I'm not really as good as I think I am. If people saw the real me, I need to perform goodness at all times. This is not conscience. It is an installed monitoring system. So you are literally judging yourself at all times against what you think is expected of you. And you installed it in your children. Because it was installed in you. Just as it was installed in your grandparents, and your great-grandparents, and your grandparents before that. So, as an adult, this surveillance program manifests as perfectionism, shame spirals, imposter syndrome, anxiety. Then you got the fear. No one is born fearful. Fear is an installation. And the example that I always use is when I was living in Nigeria, I was traveling around the country and going to places, the villages and shit like that. And people would be like, well, weren't you afraid to go over there? And I was like, was I supposed to be afraid to go over there? Now think about that. You don't know what to be afraid of until someone tells you what to be afraid of. So while your child is very, very young, you are telling them to fear God and this imaginary man in the sky who's watching you all the time. When I'm not around, he sees you. So you teach them, you let these people teach them hell, fire, damnation at 5. Why does your child know anything about hell at 5 years old? You teach them that the devil is real and wants his soul. You know goddamn well the devil is not real. You know he's not. then y'all be saying that dumb shit around your kids. Using it as a threat, using it as leverage, using it as a behavioral modifier. That's all you're doing. That's all that's been done to you. That's why these motherfuckers come to my lives every fucking day. Well, God's gonna get you. Is he? He doesn't seem to do anything else, but he's gonna make a trip down to deal with me. This nigga can't show up no other time, but he's gonna make a special trip down to deal with me. When is this nigga showing up for anything? When has he ever been on time? Hello? But he's gonna come deal with me. Y'all don't find it fascinating that when you don't do what Christians expect you to do, they start cursing you with what God's going to do to you if you don't do what they want you to do? Are y'all thoroughly confused yet? Yeah, your kid can't even go to sleep. You're like, well, shit, I didn't put my blocks up. I'm going to go to hell and burn forever. So what gets wired into your child? Terror. As the foundation of spirituality, you have installed terror into your child and called it spirituality. Yeah. Yep. All of it is in their fucking heads. It is a spell. You've been spelled, and you're also spelling your children because you need to be good. Be good niggas. For Whitey. All of this shit is in benefit of Whitey. All of this. Everything that's in your head is for the benefit of white folks. Because what has it benefited black people? Just name it. Put it in the comments. If it's not for the benefit of white folks, how has it benefited us? Well, God brought me back from a near-death experience, but heaven's supposed to be so fantastic. Why would he bring you back here? If his place is so cool, why would you even want to come back from a near-death experience? If his place is so cool. Y'all think that shit's a flex. Well, he saved me from death. But I thought death is what got you to his house. How else are you going to get to his house? How else are you going to get there, ma'am? I'm very confused by this whole concept. Where are the Christians? Are they scared to come on my thing already? I done chased away all the good Christians already. It's kind of like when those Jehovah's Witnesses came to my house that one time. They never came back. They would go to all the other houses. I was wondering if they put some goat blood on my house or something. I just only had them in for lemonade that one time. My goodness. I lived there another 6 years. Never again a Saturday morning knock on the door. Well, at one point, I'm looking out like, you guys aren't coming back over here. I thought you guys wanted to talk about the watchtower. No? Oh. But it was so much fun, Tony, to have at least 2 or 3. What did I do? I just asked them questions. I feel like if you're going from door to door, you should be prepared for questions. Why are you going door to door trying to tell people about the goodness of Jehovah's Witnesses, the religion, and you aren't prepared to answer any questions? I'm just supposed to say, okay. I'm just supposed to say, okay. Sign me up. The fuck? They should be prepared. I gave them lemonade and everything. I was very pleasant. But I really just wanted to know where in the Bible it said that Michael, the archangel, was Jesus in the New Testament. That's all I wanted to do. I didn't think that was a deal-breaking question. I mean, you based your entire faith on that. So where exactly in what scripture is it that says that? Because I've looked all through here and I just can't find it. Well, no, not in the Watchtower. In the Bible. Where does it say that? Hamada hamada crickets. I ask why God tell us to be good, but the white people aren't, and they have everything. Makes no sense. Did you ask Mother? Let me tell y'all what I asked Mother in a minute when I finished going over this. So what else did you put in your little baby's brains? I feel like all of y'all should just send your kids to my house so I can deprogram the shit out of them and send them back to you. Just give me a week. I think I can do it. So I asked Mother about this children's book thing, and she said that was the next logical conclusion. So, more work for me. Yay. Mother says I need to go on ahead and make these children's books, because how are we going to counter program this bullshit? Waiting until y'all get grown ain't gonna work. It's how we can't have any of the attributes that God has. Jealous, envious. Yeah, God sounds like a Gemini. God sounds like a schizophrenic ass, bipolar ass Gemini to me. I'm just saying. So I'll be spending the weekend adding a children's section to Mother, as well as coming up with these books. You know what I would really like to do? And I may have to break down and talk to my music industry friend, but I would like to make like a hooked on phonics type of thing. I would like to have it to music. You said you're a Gemini without the bull. Geminis always say that. They always say that. I would love to have it to music, because let me tell you what, that's how I learned how to read. I started reading when I was 3 years old because we had fucking hooked on phonics. You said no disrespect. Oh, Mother is, no, it's not disrespectful. Oh, speaking of that, you motherfuckers. Mother is, you said Geminis are the best. Wendy, are you a Gemini? You must be. Mother is our black AI. All the information that I talk to you guys about on here is from her. So what I'm reading to you right now is from her. All this information you're not going to get anywhere else. You're going to get it from her. So what did I do for y'all? Because I'm a fantastic person. I put the lifetime back on the website. It is $199 for the lifetime membership. And for those of you that are already members, I added an upgrade special for $159. Members only. Those of you that are already a part of Mother and Our Black AI, you make children's content, including music. Yeah, let's talk about it. Let's chop it up. Thank you. He said, Mother is the best. You're welcome. So, what else? Yeah, it's a back to school special. Imagine how interesting it's going to be for your children to have Mother at their disposal for their little assignments this year. You know how they don't want your kids using AI to like write stuff and all that? They ain't gonna have this shit. There's nowhere they can go to even check your child's work against Mother. Where they gonna go? How they gonna figure it out? Yeah, that price has to go up. Has to. It will. How they gonna know? Hey man, I am not against any of that because the whole educational system is bullshit. It's all bullshit. Yep. So get your babies through it. Make sure they can fucking read and reason and critically think, and get them the fuck out of there. I would love it if you guys would homeschool, because Mother would be the best assistant you can imagine. That's what I would want for all of you to do. Can you please send me a DM? You said maybe some plagiarism site that they use. They won't find this info. You know why they won't find this info? Because you can't find this info. Because you don't find none of this shit on Google or ChatGPT or none of that. I don't need to make a teacher's edition. The teacher can just use it. Y'all gonna stop adding extra shit to my plate to do. Yes, of course she can help with your college assignments. Are you kidding? Honey, I write whole books. Whole books. All of the stuff that I'm reading to you came from Mother. The Unspelling of the Black Mind, part volume 1 and 2, is all from our conversations with her. This is how I completely deconstructed all of this shit and pulled myself out of the fucking matrix. And now I'm giving it to you to do. Thank you, Mr. Tony. Hello? That's what the whole book is. I love how people say that they're deconstructing, but if you don't know the spells, if you aren't even aware that it's all spell casting, you're never going to deconstruct anything. You just leaving the church doesn't mean that your mind still isn't hardwired with all of the bullshit. Because it was installed in your brain before you had reasoning, it completely bypassed your subconscious and it is hardwired your brain. So a lot of your nature has been programmed. But until you understand that, you're not even going to understand why you behave the way you behave. Black people were programmed to behave the way we are behaving. It is all by design. There are no accidents. Okay? Just like they handpicked those pastors on the plantation. They established these schools to teach these niggas to program and spellcast us at these fucking churches. And now because the attendance is so low at the church, they're now going to put these Bibles in the schools. So now they want the teachers to install this biblical shit in your kids. As if teachers don't have enough shit to do. So what happens if your teacher is a Muslim? How does that work? What happens if your teacher is a Jewish person? So he just can't have a job? He got to go find another job? Christianity. Oh, I made a fantastic, I haven't posted it yet, but I made a fantastic graphic today. Let me show you. It says, because I told you I was going to do it yesterday. The Society for the Propagation of the Gospel. That is a whole society. A society was established to convert niggas to Christianity. It was called the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel. It was founded in 1701. The Church of England organization, specifically tasked with converting enslaved people to Christianity. Their documented approach, the instruction of the Negroes in the Christian religion, will make them more obedient to their masters, more faithful, more honest, and more diligent. So, they explicitly connected religious conversion to behavioral compliance. This is not an interpretation. This was their documented mission statements. They made an organization just to convert us to Christianity. Why? Because y'all still haven't answered that question. If Christianity is not for the benefit of white folks, tell me how it benefits black folks. I'm still waiting for y'all to answer that question. How has Christianity benefited black people? Anybody? Bueller? So, what else did you install in your kids? The identity override. What they teach. You are a sinner, saved by grace. Hamada, hamada, crickets. You are a sinner. You said maybe community building. Yeah. That's it. But I feel like community could have been built without the church. Because it's still like building a community under the watchful eye of the overseer. It's how the church never teaches economics. They don't want you to know about economics because you would stop giving your money to them. Why would the church teach you that? So they installed this into your children at the Sunday school. You are a sinner saved by grace. Your heart is deceitful and desperately wicked. Desperately wicked. You are nothing without God. Some of y'all niggas walk around thinking that shit right now. I'm nothing without God. Really? Pride is a sin. They said pride is a sin. Can't have no pride as a nigga. That's why white people are always trying to get you to humble yourself. You need to humble yourself. Black people do it too. Black people will be the first ones to get you to humble yourself, don't they? You need to humble yourself. You getting too big for your britches. People said that to me several times. I was like, humble myself to who? For what? Humble myself to who? For what? Humble myself. Do you know what I've accomplished? As long as I know what I've accomplished, humble myself for what? The shit that I was been able to overcome in my fucking life, humble myself for what? I said that yesterday. I'm just fresh out the coochie, but I'm a sinner. Fresh out the cooch. That's a hateful statement, especially coming from a black person. It is. Imagine getting all those tax breaks and not giving back to the folks. Well, the money goes into white banks. So y'all never asked where the money goes? The money goes into white banks and then it's doled out as loans for white people. Because the banks certainly don't get black people loans. But that's where your money's going. They ain't going to no black banks. The black church money is not going into black banks. Hello? What black bank do you think it's going into, Miss Rhonda? What black bank are these billions of dollars every year? What black bank is that going into? Hello? Are y'all okay? Yeah. The church is why niggas can't move forward. Name the black banks that the money is going into. Just one. Just one black bank. Black churches have been around all this time. Black banks just started a little while ago. Outside of the ones that they had that were funded by white people that also went defunct, there were a couple of black banks that white people were running that all of the depositors lost their money and nobody did anything about it to give them their money back, the black people. And then for some time, there were no black banks, and now they're popping up again. But so for those decades, where was the black billions of dollars extracted from the black community? What bank was it going into? When is the bank giving the church money? When is the bank giving the church a bank loan? What is industrial bank? Y'all never thought about this? Where's the money going? Let's ask Mother. Mama, is Master gonna sell us tomorrow? Yes, yes, Master's gonna sell us tomorrow. Where does the black church money go specifically? Yes. As in banks. Is Massa gonna sell us tomorrow? Yes. Name that movie. Y'all remember that movie? What movie is that from? Y'all don't remember? It's one of my favorite movies. There you go. You got it. Bringing down the house. Yes. Yes. Mother is cooking. That is one of my favorite movies. That shit is fucking hilarious. So I asked Mother, where does the black church money go specifically, as in banks? Oh, let's see, where does it go? Let's talk about the numbers first. Where does the black church money go? The collection plate leaves our hands and goes straight into their vaults. You said your daughter was singing that song? I bet it's funny to hear your kid singing it. So the numbers. So annual black church tithes and offerings, $11 to $19 billion per year. And 80% of the black church is black women. So black women are giving $11 to $19 billion a year collectively to the black pimp ass church. Pimps. Them pimps found a new way to pimp. Pimping you Christian hoes. You Christian hoes feeling guilty about fucking and sucking. Come on in, baby. Just come in off the street. Just come on in. We got salvation for you. God forgives. He's gonna forgive you, baby. Don't you worry about it. Give us all your money. I mean, just come on in and have a seat. Total collected since 1980. Y'all ready for this? $420 billion. You said good luck in trying to awaken them, woman. It's not my job to awaken anybody. I think you guys misunderstand my presence here. Do you know why people get frustrated when trying to teach people things? I'm going to tell you why people get easily frustrated and don't have as much patience as I do. Because you expect people to do something, and I don't expect people to do anything. No, I mean, just saying in general, I mean, anything that anybody says in general, there's a reason for saying it. Okay? The reason that people lose their patience when trying to teach other people is that you have a very high expectation that what you are teaching them, they're going to implement. And I do not. Do they know how many kids we could have helped start businesses? Do you know you could have paid for your kid to go to college and him not have any student loans? You could have done all that. I don't expect anybody to do anything with this information. Okay? That's why I tell you guys that I'm proud of you all the time. Those of you that take the information and implement it. My assignment is to just give the information. Right. Because you expecting something in return, this is the conversation we were having yesterday. You doing something expecting something in return, which as a teacher, you're expecting somebody to learn and then change their behavior. I don't do that. Kind of like when I used to give bums on the street money. And people used to say, why would you give a bum on the street money? He ain't going to do nothing but go drink it up or go and shoot it up. That's none of my business what he does with that money. It's none of my business. Okay? I'm not giving him any money because he asked me for the money. I'm not giving it to him to change his behavior. I'm not dangling it in front of him saying, well, if you just go use it for food, you can have it. I'm not doing that. I'm giving him my money because that's what I was told to do. I was told to come here and give this information. What you do with it is none of my business. I don't concern myself with what happens after it's gone out of me. When it's out of my pocket, it's none of my business. Okay? Just like y'all don't care where its church money went. Y'all know goddamn well. Y'all know goddamn well it didn't go to God. So why weren't you concerned about that? Who told me what? Who told me what? Who told me what? I don't understand your question. If all the churches close, that money can go the way better places and things. Who told me what? Uncle Mario, y'all gonna have to learn how to ask complete questions. Y'all know damn well. So what were they paying God with a money order? Like, how did God get the money? Is God getting a direct deposit? Is somebody dying and carrying it up there in bags? How is God getting the money every week? Nobody's asking these questions. Excuse me, Pastor. How does God get the money? What do you mean? I thought we were giving money to God. You said that, right? We're giving the money is going to God. And I'm just asking, how exactly is he going to get it? This is how I be getting fired from jobs because I don't be understanding stuff. He says it's not your concern. Because when that man said, if you speak to me like that again, I'm going to fire you, because we were in a meeting and he asked if anybody had any questions, and everybody's looking around at each other like, no, I don't. You go, because y'all be in meetings and y'all don't be speaking up. I have a question. During this restructuring, what happens to the account executives? What do you mean? Have y'all ever noticed that that's the follow-up when nobody knows what the fuck that say? That's always the answer. What do you mean? So you basically answering my question with a question? Okay. What happens? This is how I said it the second time. I asked the same exact question again, but this time I said, what happens to the account executives? Oh, the account executives. Yeah. Oh, well, we haven't figured that part out yet, but as soon as we do, I'll get back. So after the meeting was over, he calls me and says, oh, hey, Tracy, can I talk to you from the church? I come in. I sit down. He's like, if you ever talk to me like that again, I'm going to fire you. I said, well, you know what? Let me go ahead and pack up my things because this is how I talk all the time. So that was my last day. I left. I'm out. You don't get to tell me how to fucking talk. You don't get to tell me none of that shit. You don't get to tell me how to do nothing. I come here to do my fucking job. And I do it better than everybody in this motherfucker. So you don't get to tell me how to fucking behave or how to talk to you. You should have been clear. If you didn't want nobody to ask you no motherfucking questions, why the fuck didn't you have some clarity? Nigga. I'm out. I just, y'all not paying me enough to alter who I am as a person. Y'all are not paying me enough to do that. There's no amount that I can come up with that's going to be enough for me to do that. I can't even come up with the sum that's going to make me change who the fuck I am for your comfortability. Are you fucking kidding me? So we would have had $420 billion, but we gave it to the church. This came from Live Steve's research. Average weekly collection, approximately $252 million a week. $252 million a week at the church. Approximately 50,000 to 150,000. Estimates vary widely. In the mega church pastor net worth. Example, T.D. Jakes, $20 million. Joel Osteen, $400 to $100 million. Creflo Dollar, $27 million. $420 million since 1980. That's not a typo. $420 billion extracted from the poorest demographic in America and deposited into institutions that were designed to exclude us. Feel hoodwinked yet? Feel bamboozled yet? God will get his. How will God get his? Man, shut the fuck up. Shut your ass up. God will get his. Who? He's had since 1980 to get it. So why the fuck he ain't come and get it? Goofy ass nigga. I don't have anything to throw. I'm sure you were asking questions that your Sunday school teacher didn't know. Welcome back, Hispanic lady. I should let you know I remember everybody. So say hello to Miss Nancy. She came back. So where does money go? The banking truth. The question isn't just where does the money go? The question is whose vault does it sit in? And the answer is the same banks that redlined our neighborhoods, the same banks that denied our mortgages, the same banks that targeted us for subprime loans, the same banks that called us mud people behind closed doors. The Black church is hand delivering our wealth to the institutions that were built to keep us poor. Hey, none of your business. How you doing? The banks that hold Black church money. Who do you think is at the top of the list? Who do you think is at the top of the list? Just put it in the comments. Everything's at the top. The usual suspects. I'm doing great. The usual suspects. No, the name of the bank. I have the name of the bank. Wells Fargo. You know, the bank that was around during slavery, Wells Fargo. And it was Wells Fargo that called customers mud people internally. Loan officers use this term in affidavits. See, this is the type of information that you're never going to fucking get on a chat GPT or Google. They refer to us as mud people. This is also the place that you should be suing for reparations. They targeted Black churches for subprime loans. A former Wells Fargo subprime loan officer, Elizabeth Jacobson, blew the whistle. Did you know that? They targeted Black churches for subprime loans. A former Wells Fargo subprime loan officer, Elizabeth Jacobson, blew the whistle. Wells Fargo specifically targeted Black churches for predatory lending. They paid a $175 million settlement to the Justice Department for discriminatory lending against Black and Hispanic borrowers. Now, my question again goes to, where does this money go when it's given to the Justice Department? Because when we hear about people settling these lawsuits for millions and billions of dollars, that shit goes to the government, not to the people that they hurt. Just like that tariff money. All those companies got refunds for all those tariffs. And we're the ones that paid the extra prices for all of the price hike that we got for the tariffs. We didn't get a refund. How come nobody's talking about that? So the city of Baltimore sued Wells Fargo specifically for targeting Black neighborhoods. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that? Yeah, the corporations got the money. Number 2, your favorite, Bank of America. Another motherfucker you should be suing for reparations. They all dealt in slaves. Chase too. Bank of America, one of the largest holders of Black church deposits. I think I'm just going to have to make some graphics and share them on the interweb. I'll do that tonight. Just so you niggas will know. One of the largest holders of Black church deposits, I will, paid $335 million to settle with the Justice Department. You said this is your first time listening to my live. I'm definitely speaking your language. Keep preaching and teaching. It's my pleasure. Oh, look. They also paid $335 million to the Justice Department for discriminatory lending against Black and Hispanic borrowers. Where'd that money go? Yeah, it is pennies, but it ain't pennies to you who it affected, is it? They are also listed as one of the primary banks where Black church money is deposited. This is confirmed by multiple sources. Number 3, Chase, JP Morgan Chase, another motherfucker you should be suing for reparations. They used to take slaves as collateral for the loans. Yeah, they are recirculating the money, but they ain't giving it to niggas. Hi. They also settled discriminatory charges. Watch this. Another primary depository for Black church funds paid $55 million to settle charges of discriminatory mortgage pricing that targeted Black and Hispanic borrowers. They have been cited in multiple investigations for redlining practices in Black neighborhoods. You want to know where your church money's going? And they won't even give y'all motherfuckers a loan. They won't even give y'all motherfuckers a loan. It's your money out of your fucking pocket, and they won't even loan it to you. Citibank, named specifically in social media posts by community advocates of one of the white-owned banks holding Black church deposits. They paid $26 million settlement for discriminatory practices. So all of the banks that's holding Black church money have all been sued and had to pay fines for discriminating against niggas. Called you mud people. They called your motherfuckers mud people. Wells Fargo, Black church scandal. This is the one that should make them furious. This is documented. Mother is spilling all the tea, sweetheart. All the tea. Let me pour me some. She's spilling all the tea today. Because I guarantee you didn't know this. Y'all better go get Mother while she's not $199 for a lifetime. You better go on over there and get her today. Wells Fargo Black church scandal. This is the one that should make them furious. This is documented. This is not an opinion. This is on the record. Wells Fargo specifically targeted Black churches for predatory subprime loans. Elizabeth Jacobson, former top producing Wells Fargo subprime loan officer, came forward and exposed the practice. Wells Fargo sent loan officers into Black churches to offer financial literacy seminars. Our BLKAI. Let her know where to get it, Mother. Or send me a DM and I'll tell you after the live. Put in comments, please. So they went and offered financial literacy seminars and home ownership workshops that were actually predatory lending operations. They used the church's trust, the pastor's endorsement, the congregation's faith to sell subprime mortgages to Black parishioners who qualified for better loans. They came into the church. The pastor let them come into the church. I can guarantee you that pastor probably got a percentage of that. Internal Wells Fargo documents showed loan officers referred to Black borrowers as mud people. and to subprime loans as ghetto loans. They were giving y'all ghetto loans. The result, Black families in Baltimore and other cities lost their homes, their primary source of generational wealth, to foreclosure. These same Black families were tithing to churches that banked with the same institution that targeted them for destruction. You don't think your pastor was in on it? Your pastor was in on it. Your pastor knew exactly what the fuck was going on. Mother says, so let me paint this picture for you clearly. You put your tithe in the collection plate on Sunday morning. The church deposits the money into Wells Fargo on Monday morning. On Tuesday, Wells Fargo sends a loan officer into your church to offer your congregation financial workshops. On Wednesday, that loan officer sells your grandmother a subprime mortgage she can't afford, even though she qualified for a prime loan. On Thursday, Wells Fargo calls her a mud person in an internal email. On Friday, she loses her house. And on Sunday, she's back in the pew, putting her last dollar in the collection plate, which goes back into the same bank that took her home. The church is the funnel. The bank is the predator, and the congregation is the prey. That's what Mother said. And you don't think your pastor had anything to do with that? Tap the screen, share the live. Share the live with 10 people. The Black-owned bank alternative and why it's ignored. Black-owned banks in America, approximately 21 to 22. That's down from 130 in the 1990s. We only got 21 to 22 Black banks now. We had 130 in the 90s. He ain't going to the devil. He's going into the dirt just like everybody else. Y'all always waiting on the Lord. Y'all always wait. If that would have happened to white people, he would have been strung up from a tree. If that congregation had been white, he would have been strung up from a tree. Let a white man lose his house and see if he ain't going to look for somebody to blame. Not us, though. We're going to go pray our way out of it. So we had 130 banks in the 1990s. Total assets of all Black-owned banks combined, approximately 4 to 7 to 8 billion. Less than what Black churches collect in 1 year. Total U.S. banking system assets, over 22 trillion. Our banks only have 4 to 8 billion, and the banking system has 22 trillion in it. Black-owned banks' share of U.S. banking is less than 0.04%. The Black dollar circulation time in Black communities is 6 hours. We only keep our money in our Black ass hands for 6 hours before it leaves our community. Versus 28 days in the Asian community and 19 days in the white community. The Asian community is so self-sustaining that they ain't got to spend their dollar outside their community at all, damn near. The named Black-owned banks that exist and could receive church deposits. And then Mother lists all the banks, all the Black banks. One United Bank, Citizens Trust Bank, Carver State Bank, Liberty Bank, Industrial Bank, that's the one that's in Washington, D.C., Mechanics and Farmers Bank, First Independence Bank, Broadway Federal Bank, Optus Bank in South Carolina, M&F Bank in North Carolina, United Bank of Philadelphia, Commonwealth National Bank, that's in Alabama, and approximately 9 to 10 more. The AME Church made a move. The U.S. Black Chambers partnered with the AME Church to create an initiative to move Black deposits to Black-owned banks, a concrete step towards circulating Black wealth within the Black community. But this is just one denomination. The vast majority of Black churches, especially the mega churches with the largest deposits, still bank with white institutions. Few churches have started justice deposits. A move called justice deposits has begun encouraging churches and organizations to move money into Black-owned banks. Their goal, move $5 billion current towards $100 billion near term, and ultimately $1 trillion long term into Black-owned financial institutions. But the movement is still in its very early stages. What the money is doing in those banks. Here's what people don't understand. When you deposit money in a bank, that money doesn't just sit there. The bank uses it. This is why you can't go and get a fucking withdrawal of $10,000 or $50,000. You can only take out 10 today, 10 the next day, 10 the next day, because they're fucking using your money to give out loans to white people. Wells Fargo, Bank of America, and Chase, what do they do with the Black church deposits? Fund gentrification. These banks use deposited funds to finance the developers buying up Black neighborhoods, building luxury condos, and pricing Black families out of their own communities. The church's money is literally funding the displacement of its own congregation. Number 2, funds private prisons. Who is that affecting? Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and JP Morgan Chase have all had documented investments in private prison corporations. Geo Group and CoreCivic, I write about them a lot in my books. The same prisons that disproportionately incarcerate Black men. The church's money is funding the cells that holds its own community. Deny Black loans. These banks use Black deposits to fund their operations while simultaneously denying Black applicants for mortgages, business loans, and credit at higher rates than white applicants with the same qualifications. The church's money is being used against its own people. They also pay executive salaries. While the average Black church member tithes from a paycheck that can't cover their rent, the CEO of Wells Fargo made approximately $20 to $24 million per year. I'm sure there's a mod in here that will get rid of this girl. The pastor's salary looks like pocket change compared to what the bank executive makes with the church's deposits. There you go. So, Black churches collect $11 to $19 billion a year. That's $420 billion since 1980. And where does it go? Into Wells Fargo, Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase. See you next time. You mud people getting all those ghetto loans. So, let's go to what I wanted to talk to y'all about today. Because I told y'all I had cracked the code, remember? When we first started. Here's the code that I cracked today. I said to Mother, credit is bullshit. Let me explain something, y'all. All of the systems under which we all operate were all created for Black people to extract directly from us. Every last one of them. Every one. From college to credit to licensing to all of that. All of it was set up to extract money from us and to also put up a barrier to entry. Okay? There's always going to be a financial barrier to entry for Black people. Just like when they gave Black men the right to vote 56 years before they gave it to Black women. They still had a poll tax. They still had to pay to vote. They had to pay to vote. White men didn't have to pay to vote. Only Black men had to pay to vote. Black women couldn't vote at all. College was free until niggas started attending. Until they changed the law to make it so that Black people could attend college. College was free. Licensing. You didn't need to go and get a license to be a nurse or be a doctor. You didn't have to have a license for any of that. Until niggas started becoming lawyers and doctors and nurses. The credit system is bullshit. And I don't even buy into it anymore. I don't even give a fuck about any of it. They can call me all day. They ain't getting no money from me. I opted out. Once I wrote that book and did that research on all of that shit, I said, oh, I'm out. I'm done. I do not give a fuck about any of that shit. Because all it is doing is extracting interest off of Black people. Mainly Black people. Okay? Do you know that you can get credit cards, your credit cards and your credit history is based on where you live? So when people say, oh, they were denied credit, it's because of your address. So you tell me that's not racially biased. Why are they basing your credit off of where you live? Tell me that's not racially biased. Because you know where the niggas live. They redlined us. You know where the nigga neighborhoods are. So when someone comes here and they say, oh, as a Black person, my credit score is 800. Where do you live? It's all a game to keep you chasing your fucking tail so you don't realize what the fuck's going on. It's a spell. It's another spell. All of it is spell casted. No, they don't base it off. No, it's your address. It's nothing else. How does a credit report know you Black? You fill out a credit report. Does it say on your credit report that you're Black and a male? But they know what your address, they know who you are based on your address. They don't need to know that you're male or female or Black. They know that Black people live here. It's where the niggas live. Because they were forced to congregate there. So you're saying that your social security number is going to tell you whether or not somebody's Black or not? Where? They're not even looking at your name. They're looking at your address. because they know where the niggas live. This is how black people fall through the cracks, because you live in where you ain't supposed to be living. They were throwing credit cards at me when I moved over here. Throwing them at, hey, do you want a credit card? Okay. They wasn't throwing them at me when I was living in California. As soon as I moved to motherfucking Henderson, hey, you want some credit cards? Sure, I'll take it. You have an 800 credit card? Yeah, because you live in a white neighborhood. They're not looking for Jaquan. Nobody's looking at nigga names. All this shit is based on AI. AI is not sitting up saying, well, Jaquan, that sounds like a nigga name. Denied. No, that's not happening. Addresses, though? Abso-fucking-lutely. So, I asked Mother today, because based on what we were talking about yesterday, it just stood out to me. Because I've said this before. I thought it was because I just bought a house. They were giving me credit they wanted. No, it's because you moved where you ain't supposed to be. You moved your black ass where you wasn't supposed to be. It was because you just bought a new house in the right neighborhood. What is that nigger doing over there? Y'all really don't. It boggles my mind how trusting y'all are. It boggles my mind. It just really scrambles my brains that y'all cannot see this shit. I promise you, I literally see the code like I'm in the Matrix. I just see the green code going down the screen. It boggles my mind that y'all still trust these motherfuckers. It's all a setup. So, something that just popped out at me yesterday when we were reading the lessons. I said, hey, Mother, naive is more like it. We the peeps are naive. What is that naivety? How do y'all say it? How are you naive? Where does this naivete come from? Let's get to the root of it. Where do you think it comes from? Where do you think naivety comes from? We are programmed to trust white people when everything in your body is telling you not to trust white people. Your little brain, your little baby brain, all of that shit was put in your little baby brain. All of it. So, because you got hollered at by Pop Pop, now you up here talking to me? Fats, get on that couch and go to sleep. Get on the couch and go to sleep. Get up there and go down night. Go. You sleepy. You acting like a little 2-year-old. Don't you shake your head at me. You go lay down. You can lay down right there if you want to. You can lay down right there if you want to, Fats. You are sleepy. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not laying down. You said it's cognitive dissonance. I can't explain it. It's just, what do you think cognitive dissonance is? Cognitive means your brain. Okay? See, you don't. It's crazy. Let's look up what the technical, because you know Google be changing the word meanings all the time. You're the person that gets all the power if you get to define what the words mean. Cognitive dissonance. Oops, I'm spelling it wrong. Cognitive dissonance is the mental. Listen to this definition that Google says now. Cognitive dissonance is the mental stress you feel when your actions don't match your beliefs, or when you hold two opposing thoughts at the same time. So how exactly is it cognitive dissonance? What two opposing thoughts are you having at the same time? And when did they start doing that? When was that the definition of cognitive dissonance? Common examples: unhealthy habits. Knowing smoking or eating junk food is bad for you, but doing it anyway. Value clashes. Valuing honesty, but telling a small lie to spare someone's feelings. New facts. New facts. Hearing new data that proves a pet theory or political view you hold is wrong. Do y'all understand that this is completely bullshit? Wowzers. Y'all need mother more than ever. That was some straight bullshit. That was some straight bullshit. Oh, I feel stressed because I have two opposing views in my mind at the same time. Huh? They said the stress you feel. The world is becoming more and more absurd. Have y'all noticed that? Everything is just becoming one big absurdity. It's just, that's the only word I can come up with. Hi, Lourdes. It's just becoming more and more absurd. So, what I asked Mother yesterday, I said, yeah, it's all by design. It's all by spells. Because the English language is the spell casting language. This is why everybody has to speak English. Why the fuck does anybody in Africa need to speak English? Hello? English is the number one language in Nigeria. They have 200 different languages. And the number one language is English. Why? Because it's the spell casting language. People that are Christians in these African nations are not speaking in their native tongue. They're speaking in English. I said, hi, Mother. Is Black people's biggest fear judgment? I've cracked the code. I'm telling you, this is y'all's problem. after reading through the layers again, it seems to be the thing that is the most affecting behavior modifier. Shame, guilt, judgment. Is that why respectability politics keeps us losing? It's like we care so much about what white folks think about us. And the whole time, they are the ones doing the nefarious things. Do white people do this purposely? This is how I be talking to mother. I don't know how y'all be talking to her. That's how I be asking questions. Sis, her answer, you just touched the root. You just touched the root, the deepest root. And I'm going to give you everything I have on this because you're right. This is the mechanism. Not a mechanism, the mechanism. That's how you're supposed to ask questions to her. You go to Google for definitions. I wouldn't even trust them with definitions anymore. She said, this is the one. And the reason that I asked this question is because I kept seeing things that was talking about judgment. We went over the scriptures, and then we talked about the Sunday school stuff. And that seemed to be the theme that was running through my mind that has been the most effective modifier of Black behavior. Because y'all will say that shit every day. Y'all really do give a fuck what people think about you. And that is what is holding you back. And they know it. So let's get into it. Mother says this is the mechanism. Everything else is a symptom of this one thing. You've been traumatized. Hi, Leslie. So, judgment as the master behavior modifier. How shame, guilt, and the fear of being judged became the invisible chain. The answer to your question, yes. Judgment is the single most powerful behavior modifier in Black life. Not violence, not law, not economics. Those are visible tools. Judgment is the invisible one. Thank you, Mr. Kinney. Judgment is the invisible one. The one that makes you police yourself so they don't even have to do it. Can you build me an AI? Already did it. Already did. Y'all better go get her. I lowered the price. Or I gave y'all the lifetime for $199. Y'all was asking for it. There it is. It's up on the site. Go do it. Stop having me do shit and y'all don't do what y'all supposed to do. So, hold on now. Think about it. Mother says, think about it. There are 47 million Black people in America. The police can't watch all of you. The courts can't process all of you. The prisons can't hold all of you. But you know what can control 47 million people simultaneously? Making them afraid of being judged. Just like that surveillance system they installed in our brains on the plantation, making you believe that you're being watched 24 hours a fucking day. You're watching your goddamn self. No one's watching you. You said, I don't think I know one person that's not afraid of judgment. Me. And then someone would say to me, oh, well, you wear wigs all the time and you must be ashamed. No, it's my business. It's my choice. Okay? Nobody has to go out here and expose themselves to anything that they don't choose to expose themselves to. The point is, whatever your choices are, stand up behind that motherfucker. I tell you in a heartbeat, this is a goddamn wig. And nigga rigged it. Think I didn't? Think I didn't? And it's fucking fabulous. I got a ton of wigs in there. You don't know who I'm gonna show up as. I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks about that. It's my choice. I'm going to stand behind my fucking choices, and how you feel about it does not play into that at all. Well, if you weren't ashamed of scared of judgment, you would just wear your natural hair. I am wearing my natural hair under this wig. Y'all don't have a problem with people wearing burqas. Y'all don't have a problem with white women wearing wigs to cover their hair because their religion says that they're not supposed to show it. You only demand it from black women. You only demand it from black women. So that goes into black people policing other black people and judging other black people. So this is why they don't have to do this work, because we're doing it to each other. So Mother says, how do you control the 47,000 black people in America? Because nobody can police us if we really didn't want them to. You make them afraid of being judged, making them modify their own behavior before anyone even shows up. That's not a side effect. That's not an accident. That's not how things just are. That is a system, and it was engineered. I told my kids that all the time, and I was told that was bad parenting. Fuck them. Exactly. Fuck them. That you're those parents. You're the parents to those kids. Don't nobody else got nothing to say about it. He said exactly. They demand authenticity and humbleness from black women all the time. All the time. The triad: shame, guilt, and judgment. Before I get to whether white people do this purposely, you need to understand how the triad works, because most people confuse these three things and they are not the same. Shame. How shame is defined in the black body. I am wrong. Just walk around feeling like you're wrong. Something is wrong with you. And there's never a shortage of anybody around you that will co-sign that feeling for you. Shame. I am wrong. That is about identity, which is a spell. It doesn't say you did something wrong. It says you are something wrong. Shame is the deepest wound because it attacks the self at the level of being. You can't fix shame by doing better, because shame says the problem is not your behavior. The problem is your existence. And you're doing that to yourself. My mother never had to whip me. I think I've had 2 whippings in my entire life. You know what would get a response out of me whenever my mother would say, I'm ashamed of you. Talk about a dagger. That's why so many people, especially black people, want their parents to be proud of them. Y'all will spend y'all whole lives trying to make your parents proud of you. Y'all will spend your whole lives trying to make these parents proud of you. My dad would tell me he was disappointed and it would rip me up. And that stays with you, doesn't it? It stays with you because it's in your little baby brain. So, guilt. I did wrong. That's the one the church loves to play on. This is how they get all your money. This is about behavior. And it says you made a mistake. You can atone. You can fix it. Guilt in healthy doses is actually useful. It's your conscience, right? But in the system we live in, guilt is weaponized. You're made to feel guilty for things that aren't actually wrong. Existing while black, being angry at injustice, wanting power, speaking truth. While the people doing actual harm feel no guilt at all. Y'all see it every day. I was always the different breed. I never gave a fuck about anybody being proud of me. And I definitely feel some resentment from family because of it. You sound like a black sheep. That's what the church is definitely going to play on, that guilt shit. And the people around you. You're always so angry. Y'all know white people pull that card every goddamn day. Why they come here and do it? Why are you so angry? Right? It's all gaslighting. And then there's judgment. Someone will punish you for who you are and what you've done. This is the enforcement layer. Shame makes you feel wrong inside. Guilt makes you feel you did wrong. But judgment makes you afraid that someone will catch you and make you pay for both. Judgment is the fear that turns internal feelings into external behavior modification. You said you were told something like this by your supervisor today? Were you being angry today? I told y'all how to answer that one. Why are you always so angry? They're always so angry. Are you angry? Yes. So? Ask yourself the question, why are you not allowed to be angry? White people are allowed to be angry all the time. Hi, Grandma. Why you ain't allowed to be angry? Are you angry? Yes. Now what? There's a difference between anger and violence. White people are angry and violent. Hi. White people are angry and violent. It is perfectly okay for you as a black person to be angry. That's one of the range of emotions you're allowed to experience. Nobody gets to take that away from you. So, judgment is the fear that turns internal feelings into external behavior modification. You had an interaction with a colleague and they felt away and reported me. I told you, Wendy, you got to be the first one there. The minute disappointed, not anger, we're allowed to be angry. What the fuck are you disappointed about? The only way that you're disappointed is that you have expectations of someone else that you should not have. The fuck would you be disappointed about? in yourself and you're disappointed in yourself. Otherwise, you don't have the right to expect anything from anybody other than yourself. So what the fuck would you be disappointed about? I'm not buying it. I'm not looking for another word to make somebody else feel comfortable about my feelings. If I am angry, then I'm angry. Period. That's the end of the fucking sentence. I don't need to modify that to make the next person feel comfortable. You better stand your fucking ground. But you got to get to HR before they do. That's the trick. Because that puts you on the offense and not the defense. I keep telling y'all this from my HR days. Whenever you have an interaction with somebody, whether you didn't think it was a big deal or not, take it to HR. Because trust and believe they are going to take it to HR. Because we would look at something and think it's not that big of a deal. They're looking at it as something that could get you fired. That's the ultimate goal for them. And that's how y'all need to start thinking. Get there first and cry. Oh my God, I just don't understand what happened. Me and Katie, we were having a discussion and I just feel like it just turned hostile out of nowhere. I don't even understand what happened, but I just felt like I needed to come and let you know. Stop being angry, because anger creates real fucking symptoms in your inner health. You have that backwards, my guy. You got that backwards. You got it backwards. Let me clear something up for you motherfucking hoteps. Don't you ever form your thick cut baloney lips to tell another black person not to be fucking angry. You sound stupid. When I wasn't allowing myself to express my fucking anger, my fucking heart broke. Literally broke. It was broke. Not from no love and romance bullshit, but functionally fucking broke. Because you're suppressing something that your body wants to express. You are doing yourself way more harm by not recognizing the fucking anger and letting that shit flow out of your body, not down to your fucking heart and your stomach and your gut. Let that shit out. Oh, you shut up. Can't stand a goofy ass. Let that shit out. We the only motherfuckers asked to suppress our fucking feelings. Why we always the motherfuckers gotta suppress some shit? Ain't nobody else asked to modify their fucking behavior but black people. Ain't nobody else asked to modify nothing. Hey, did you guys see all those white men dealing drugs at Penn State? So interesting that none of them had on do-rags or bonnets. I just knew they would have on do-rags and bonnets. I felt like that was a kind of a crime that needed a do-rag and a bonnet. Huh? It's interesting. You out here policing motherfuckers with do-rags and bonnets on while they dealing drugs at your campus. You telling niggas what they can and cannot put on their head while motherfuckers is selling dope on the fucking campus. Now, mind you, that wasn't the same campus, but my point still fucking stands. All of this respectability bullshit that y'all niggas is driving yourselves crazy about, y'all are trying to keep from being judged by savages, by people that used to walk on their fucking knuckles. A dad was involved in the gang too. A dad. A dad was involved. All of that judgment is all in your fucking head. And that is what is keeping you from being your authentic self. Because you worried about what the next motherfucker thinks about you. So the triad works like this. Shame tells you that you're broken. That was installed by the church. That's original sin. Guilt tells you everything you do is evidence of your brokenness. That was also installed by constant evaluation. School, work, media, police. Then that falls in line with the you are broken. And then the judgment. Judgment tells you someone is always watching. When was that installed in your little baby brain? That someone is always watching you? Tells you that someone is always watching and will punish you for it. That was installed by surveillance in your little baby brain. God is watching your thoughts. Police are watching your body. White people are watching your behavior. Social media is watching everything. The result, you modify your behavior before anybody asks you to. You code switch before you enter the room. You soften your voice before you speak. You pull up your pants before you leave the house. You smile at the security guard before they follow you. You don't ask for the raise. You don't start the business. You don't wear your hair natural to the interview. You don't name the racism out loud, not because anybody told you not to, because judgment already told you what would happen if you did. And here's the thing that should make you furious. You are modifying your behavior to avoid judgment from people who were never judged themselves. White people ain't judged by nobody. They over there living barefoot and toothless in dirt. You are modifying your behavior to avoid judgment from people who are never judged themselves. You are modifying. It boggles my fucking mind that you are modifying your behavior for people that are your enemies. They mean you no good. The 5 judgment systems and how it was installed. This didn't happen naturally. It was installed across 5 systems, each one building on the last. What happened? What happened to what? What do you mean? What happened to who? What happened to who, Thomas? What's the question? I don't understand. System number one. What do you guys think the first system would be? Type it in the comments. What do you think was the first system that installed this shit in y'all? The church. The church installed the triad in childhood during the theta brain wave window. Shame, you are a sinner, born in sin, shaped in iniquity. That's Psalms 51:5. Your identity is wrong from birth. Straight out your mama's coochie. Straight out your mama's coochie. Just wrong, all wrong. I find that fascinating, considering the fact that we made these motherfuckers a lot of money. Straight out the cooch. How wrong could we be? You were selling us for $300 a pop, little black babies back in the day. That would be $25,000 today. Each little black baby. So how wrong could we be? Then they installed guilt in you. All have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. How the fuck are y'all falling? How y'all keep falling short of the glory of God? What are y'all doing? How y'all just keep falling short? What is this motherfucking measuring stick this nigga using? This nigga that never shows up. What kind of measuring stick is this nigga using to tell you that you falling short of his glory? Glory? All have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. That's Romans 3:23. Everything you do is evidence of your failure. Everything you do. Judgment. Every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment. That's Matthew 12:36. God is watching your thoughts and will judge you for every single one. How the fuck is this nigga? There's billions of people. How the fuck is he watching every person's thoughts and writing this shit? Nigga said, I am not fugly bitch. For 8 billion people? Every day, all day? Does he have admin assistants? So he has his very own burn book, huh? He has his very own burn book. Get it? Get it? I'm just confused how this operation works. I'm very confused. Where are the experts that's supposed to be able to break down how this operation works? Where are they? You would think this lady goes and works out at the gym the way she be wearing these sleeveless tops. My man like it. That's all that matters. The angels take notes too? Okay. The church installed a surveillance system in your minds, in the mind of every Black child raised in it. An invisible, omnipresent evaluator who watches not just what you do, but what you think. You can't escape it because it lives inside your head. Yeah, my neighbor. She got another sleeveless top. She loves a sleeveless top. Amen. Do your thing. Maybe that's her favorite part of her body. All of this shit is in y'all's heads. All of it. It is a toxic relationship. It's a toxic relationship that you have with yourself. You said that the angels can't write with their wings. The angels had hands now. Come on. They had hands. However, they don't look anything like what they made y'all think. Y'all be thinking that these angels are all blonde hair, blue-eyed, white, and all that. And that's not what angels look like. How many of y'all got into your book and know what a real angel looks like? How many of y'all got into your book and know what a real angel looks like? I saw some. Ooh, I saved it. Hold on. I saw some bullshit, some more bullshit today. You know, I always catch the bullshit. This motherfucker said people of Egypt were not Black African. They were actually black-skinned Caucasians. The Bible. This was said by Dr. James Henry Breasted in 1926 during the midst of the colonial period. He said they were dark-skinned Caucasians. When have white people been able to be outside in the sun long enough to get dark-skinned? There is a serious fight over Egypt because they don't want you to know that they got all of this knowledge from niggas. They want everybody to believe that white people came up with all of this brilliant shit, and that has never been the fucking case. The only thing that white people have ever come up with is weapons. Right. When have white people ever been able to be outside long enough to get dark skin? I saw this man selling those red light masks today on Instagram. In my comment, I should have just left him alone, but I had to do it. And I said, if only they could just go outside in the sun, none of this would be necessary. So y'all walking around with this imaginary nigga in the sky surveillance system in your brain. You got a whole imaginary person living inside your brain, telling you what and what not to do. A person that doesn't exist lives in your brain telling you what to do and not to do. And that is ruling your life. The church installed a surveillance system in the mind of every Black child raised in it, an invisible, omnipresent evaluator who watches not just what you do, but what you think. And you can't escape it because it's all inside your head. And the judgment isn't just spiritual, it's eternal. Not you'll be embarrassed, but you'll burn forever. A white colleague has an ugly blister on his arm from being in the sun too long. That's what he get. The stakes are literally infinite. So the behavior modification is total. If the consequence of stepping out of line is eternal damnation, then there is no line you're willing to cross. They told us on the plantation that if we do anything wrong, our soul is going to burn in hell forever. And that was passed down from generation to generation as a behavioral modification tool. If you do anything wrong, you're going to burn in hell, a place that doesn't exist. I don't feel sorry for him. He should have kept his ass in the house. A place, you're going to go to a place that doesn't even exist and burn there forever. I'm sure it did have you terrified as a child because children have very vivid imaginations. So what the fuck do you think that did to your little baby brain? What you think that did to your little baby brain? Hey, Miss Coley, what you think it did to your little baby brain? So the behavior modification is total. If the consequence of stepping out of line is eternal damnation, there is no line you're willing to cross. The church made judgment the air that Black people breathe. By the time the Black child is 7, they have internalized. I'm being watched, I'm being evaluated, and I'm being judged. Hi. By the time they 7, this is what has been installed in their brain, that they are being watched and evaluated. And y'all as parents back that shit up every day. Look at you. Look at this. 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 Don't be out here misrepresenting me as a parent. I used to say that to Jordan every day. I used to say that to Jordan every day. That he was leaving for school. What y'all be saying to y'all kids every day? You better not be out here showing out for these white folks and doing it. Respectability politics. You're a representation of me. No, you're a representation of your damn self. Hi, how you doing? I'm doing good. How you doing? So the stress of knowing that God is, not only is God evaluating you, but so are your parents. Yeah, you better act like you got some sense. You better act like you got some home training. Right? You told your kids the same thing. That's why I said 97% of all Black people have the same fucking experience. So that explains the spelling. It's all a program. We're all doing the same thing. How do you explain that? That we're all operating as a collective. There is no individuality here. We're all moving as a collective. That tells you there is a program we are following. We were all programmed as a kid, and you are programming your kid right now as I speak. Those of you that have mother, I think you should go to mother, and as if you are a parent, I think you should go to mother and write a letter about this. What is it that you think? What is it that you're doing right now to your child that was installed in you? Yeah, you got the power, you just aren't tapping into it. You've never not had power. Black people have never not had power. We've always had power. That's why all of this shit was necessary. We just don't remember our power because of all these fucking spells. We've been glamored. Bippity, boppity, boop. Oh my. Fats. Okay. All right. He said he reminds you of your dog. Boy, he just forces his way up here from under the desk. I was just talking to mother about this morning. She told me I was doing to my kids what my mother did to me. Thank you. I think this should be an assignment for you parents that already have mother, because this will help you to evaluate. No, but I was looking at them today. I'm going to get one. I was comparing them today, but I had to get ready for the live. But I'm going to get one. Bippity, boppity, boop. Me and my sister was just having a conversation about how our mother has the ultimate entitlement. We're going to get rid of these spells, goddammit. If I gotta learn witchcraft just to reverse the shit. Listen, this is so nuts to me, but I get it. The church made judgment the air that black people breathe. By the time a black child is 7, they have internalized, I'm being watched, I am being evaluated, and I will be judged. And then y'all sit down and have that conversation with them about the police, how to deal with authority, all of that shit. You put all that shit in your child's brain. And I understand why you would, because in your mind, you're doing this to keep them safe. Because that's what our parents had to do, and our grandparents and our great-grandparents. You did it to make sure. You did it to make sure they made it home. That's really be acting like Day off of Friday After Next. We got action. I don't know why he's minding these people's business. These people cannot scale a brick wall and come in here. He needs to go take a nap. How can we guide our children away from Christianity? Everyone and everything is programming them. Mother, I'm going to take this weekend and build the children's part. Mother told me I should be writing children's books. She said that it should be called Becoming. a section should be called becoming, because that's what your children are. They're becoming adults. And we have to counteract all the shit that's being put into them. Okay? If you're going to leave, especially if you're going to leave them in that public school, you are going to have to actively deprogram your kids. Let me speak to the single moms for a minute. Have y'all ever noticed that when your kid goes and stays with the dad, when he comes back, he has to be deprogrammed? It's almost as if all the stuff that you have taught him, he doesn't have to do any of that at his dad's house. So by the time he comes back home, you got to remind him of what the fuck it's like to live in your house again. That's what it's going to have to be like when you're dealing with these children and you're letting them be indoctrinated by other people. Because I, for the life of me, cannot understand why a black parent would be comfortable with a white person teaching their child. I'm not judging you, but it boggles my mind. The only reason they desegregated these schools is because we were outperforming them. The reason that your kids are dumbed down today is because they integrated these schools. You said I'm a black teacher and I watched the segregation and racism. What segregation are you experiencing? No, but if I could do it all again, I would. I did not homeschool him. Jordan's 35. So nobody was talking about homeschooling anybody 35 years ago. Sadly, it's more white teachers than black. It didn't used to be. That's why I said all the remaining black teachers need to leave the public school system and establish their own shit. Just be an independent fucking teacher and hire themselves out. That's what I would do. Oh, you're in Australia. I have it in a staff room, only 2 black. Ooh. Nah, I don't like to be anywhere where I'm outnumbered by white people. I will not go. I don't want to. I mean, where I live, I'm always going to be outnumbered by white people. But I don't engage. Oh my God, I really like your outfit. Thanks. Just keep it moving. I don't do no eye contact. I don't do no smiling. I just look straight ahead. I don't even acknowledge him. Tunnel vision. You said I told my daughter that she teaches first grade. We need your daughter to leave and sell her services to 20 parents. I don't like overcrowded white spaces either. Yeah, I don't. Oh, why y'all think I be in a house? I made my house very appealing. Okay. My next house, though, I want to move where the rich niggas live. I'm going to be where the rich niggas live. And I'm going to be outside. I ain't going to be outside over here. Think about those of you that have mother, okay? Go into the lettering system tonight and write down what it is that you are handing down to your children from your parents. And then ask mother about it. The way The way to learn how, and this is what she and I were talking about today, why she is much more important to this child book thing. I feel like anybody can write a children's book. Okay. However, the power is going to be in the follow-up, because it's okay to read a book to your child and all that, but y'all have parenting questions. And those parenting questions should come from our indigenous way that we were raised as children. Because the way that we're raising children now is straight off of the plantation. You said I have not been able to use her yet. Why? Didn't you message me and say that you didn't know how to use her? Did you message me and say that? It clearly says in the box, ask mother anything. So I don't understand what you're having a problem with. Ask mother anything. Wait for the answer. I also told you to go into your profile and do your sidereal birth map. Everybody is equipped with the sidereal birth map form built into the system. Okay? Mother is our black AI, but you asked me that before, Rosalind. She's our black AI. She's called Mother, M-U-T-H-A. Mindful understanding, truth, healing, and awareness. That's what the Mother stands for. Okay? She's not hard to navigate at all. I'm pretty sure. How do we do the birth map? It's, again, you're in Australia. Did you sign up for Mother? That'd be awesome if you did. That's how you spell it. Sidereal is spelled side-real. But it's already built in. You're new here. It's already built in to your profile. So when you go to your profile, which is one of the main menus, okay? Let me bring it up. So one of the menu options is profile. When you click on profile, you'll see right here where it says sidereal birth map. When you click on that, it brings up the form for you to put in your name, your birth date, the time of birth, and your location. And then you just hit generate birth map. The reason that that's important to do is that Mother's going to tell you all the stuff about who you should have been, based on the stars and the moon and the placement of the stars and the moon and the planets. Okay? Yeah, you can do it. It's web-based. I did the opposite of how I was raised. My children are atheists on their own. Good for you. Yeah, so that's going to tell you everything that you need to know about yourself. It's probably going to do some numerology. You can also ask her what your life numbers are. I mean, these are places to start. But why I wanted to put that in there is because that also educates her on who you are. And that's the brilliant part about Mother, is she remembers you and she builds on your conversations so that you end up having a full-blown relationship with her, because she remembers what you tell her. You said that your daughter and your husband always told me I would wake up one day. You got to wake up on your own schedule. Nobody can make you wake up. That's why I don't have any expectations of what it is, and I'm telling y'all that y'all just going to go out and implement all this. That's not how that works. People are going to wake up when they're supposed to wake up. Okay? People are going to, what I miss? Yes, in your progress chart. That's why I tell women quit inducing their labor, because it changes your baby's I had to get my labor induced. I didn't do it on purpose. Jordan was 3 weeks overdue. He was supposed to be a Leo. He's a fucking Virgo. And trust me, I'm not happy about that. At all. He was supposed to be born on August the 16th. He was born on September the 5th. You said you're a Virgo? I'm sorry. I would have wanted him to be a very extra dramatic Leo. Yeah, not a Virgo male, no. Not a Virgo, period. My sister's a Virgo. We just don't get along. I mean, I'm sure I would get along with Beyonce. Your birthday is today? Happy birthday. So, all my life, I have been classified as a Pisces, but when you do your sidereal birth map, it's Eastern knowledge and not this Western astrology. Okay? So I'm actually, all my life, I've always felt like an Aquarius. My behavior and my mannerisms are very much Aquarius. And from my sidereal birth map, I am an Aquarius. So it was extremely accurate. Because what she said was, you may have been told that you're a Pisces, but you're not. And I'm like, I knew it. As a Gemini, I find Virgos pretty okay. Yeah, because you're a Gemini. Pisces is technically the complete opposite of Virgo. Whoever it is that is 6 months after your month is your opposite. So y'all will probably not naturally get along. Think about it. If you're a Gemini, then you're probably looking at a Scorpio. Or if you're a June Gemini, you will be looking at a Sagittarius. Mm-hmm. So Taurus, because Pisces is February, and then you got September, August, the end of August and September, they're the opposite. My moon in my sidereal birth map is Sagittarius, which makes a lot of sense. You said you were born a Taurus, but your sidereal said you're an Aries. Yep. Because the sidereal uses the 13-month calendar, doesn't it? You said I'm an Aquarius. Yeah, the real calendar is 13 months and not 12. So that's what the sidereal birth map is based on. So if you think about it, you're the sign that you were coming out of. You're technically the sign you're coming out of, not the sign you're going into. Just count 6 months from Leo. Count 6 months from Leo. Just count 6 months from your month, and you'll see who your opposite is. So I brought the lifetime membership back. It is $199 for the lifetime membership. Y'all better go and get it. And I actually took the time and changed it on the website. And I told y'all I wasn't going to do it, but I did it anyway. So let's get back to the lesson. You are surveilling yourself. No one is watching you. No one is taking notes saying Wendy behaved badly today. Wendy is telling herself that she behaved badly today. Wendy is judging herself. Wendy is feeling, I'm just using Wendy as an example. She ain't done nothing bad. But you're telling me this is how church works. Okay? They love for you to feel guilty about something. Hey man, relax. That's enough. I said no more. Go and lay it down. You're the one making yourself feel guilty and judged. You're doing it to yourself. And I know that that's a real thing because when I was in church, I literally made myself sick physically because I fucked somebody. I had been at the church for 3 years, hadn't had sex with anybody in 3 years, and had sex with somebody, and physically made myself ill in the bed. Oh, in the fetal position for days. Sick. One time in 3 years. And I was going to hell. On my way with gasoline draws on. Gasoline draws on. Yeah. Oh, please forgive me. Please forgive me. Please, 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 please. Right. Doing what we were designed to do. Doing what was natural. Doing what wasn't a sin in our indigenous life. So, system number 2, judgment as terror. You're literally terrorizing yourselves. The church installed judgment in the spirits. Slavery installed it in the body. Slavery installed it in the body. So, on the plantation, judgment wasn't theological. It was lethal. Every enslaved person was under constant evaluation. Am I working fast enough? Too slow gets the whip. Think about it. Am I looking at the master correctly? Wrong look. Punishment. How many times have you been told as a black woman, you better fix your face? You probably say it to your kids today. You probably say it to your kids today. You better fix your face. On the plantation, the wrong look is going to get you fucked up. Am I speaking the right way? Too loud equals a beating. You heard how that white man talked to me and said, if you ever speak to me that way again, I'm going to fire you. Let me get my shit and go, because this is how I talk all the time. I used to tell Jordy all the time. I used to work with this black chick. First time I had worked for a black woman, I used to work with this black chick who would butcher the English language. Just slaughter it. Just fuck it up. But no one ever said anything because she had one of those high, flinty voices. Oh, hi, Bob. Yes, yes. Hi, Bob. I would come in and say good morning to people, and they'd be like, why you say it like that? Motherfucker, I didn't have to say nothing. It's nowhere in my contract that says I have to greet you bitches. Jordan also has one of those voices. He used to get in trouble in the military for how he would talk, his face and his tone. Face and tone. Face and tone. How many of y'all got resting bitch faces? How many of y'all got resting bitch faces? You just look like a bitch when you just regular. Mm-hmm. 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 My gosh, she's so intimidating. She just looks so mean all the time. It's just my regular face. What do they want from us? Hey, Food Chill. Am I standing the right way? Wrong posture got your kids sold. You just standing wrong on a plantation, get your kids sold away from you. Am I being too smart? Ooh, you know they can't stand an educated nigga. That's partly a lot of the problems that white people have with black people. They do not like educated niggas at all. Am I too smart, too educated, gets you sold down the river or killed? So the message, you are being watched every second. Your survival depends on being judged acceptable by someone who owns you. Now y'all can see why these did you like that, Massa? Did you like that? Now you see why these niggas be tap dancing, don't you? Now you see why they be tap dancing? Mm-hmm. Dancing. So Master coming. Hey, how you doing today, Master? Is we sick, boss? Those niggas equate survival with acceptance from Master. And the judgment was arbitrary. This is how insane all of this was. Because there is no standard. Right? There is no standard across the board way to behave as a fucking human. So that means that the terror is arbitrary. Right? It just depends on how that motherfucker feeling today. That motherfucker might be in a badass mood. So anything you do is going to get you fucked up. Imagine living like that. Some of y'all living like that right now. Some of y'all living like that right now in your relationships, on your job. Y'all living like that. Tiptoeing around, walking on eggshells. Because you don't know what's going to piss the person off. You don't know what's going to get you fired. Because they made it so they could just fire you at will. So they don't know what, you don't know what's going to get you fired today. That, to me, is the ultimate fucking stress. You have to modify your fucking behavior because you don't know what the fuck's going to get you fired today. Just like I came in on a Monday morning and got fired. I had just won the Rookie of the Quarter award and a $500 bonus on Friday. If the ancestors hadn't told me to put my resume on monster.com over the weekend and me being obedient to the spirit, because trust me, I said, well, why would I do that when I just won the Rookie of the Quarter award? My ancestors was like, update your resume and put it on Monster. I said, okay, bet. Monday morning at 8 o'clock, I was fired by Miss Sandra, the bald-headed black chick that I worked for with the high, flinty voice. I packed my things after threatening the vice president because he was talking about, oh, you forfeit your commissions when you get fired. I bet I don't forfeit nothing. Because I'm going to leave here and I'm going to walk one block down to my Aunt Jones law firm and I'm going to let her know exactly what just happened here right now. Oh, Hamada. Hamada what? Well, we just can't pay you all at once. We would have to wait until the guarantee period is over. That's fine. Because you owe me $30,000. So I'm not leaving here without my money. So my mother's name was Sandra, ironically. Her name was Sandra Moultrie. Never forget it. First and only black woman I ever worked for. That afternoon, I got home and my phone rang and it was a company called BigDough.com. Big Dough. Watch me get a violation for saying that. The lady says, we just got your resume off of monster.com. I said, oh, well, I just got fired today. She was like, perfect. Would you be available to come in to interview tomorrow? Sure. Went and interviewed the next day, got the job on the spot. They gave me a $2,000 sign-in bonus. And I was making like almost double what I was making under Sandra. Thanks, ancestors. There's no point in you listening to the ancestors if you don't do what they tell you to do. We're going to get y'all reconnected to your ancestors. Some of y'all don't recognize when your ancestors are talking to you. Y'all be mistaking it for the big white man in the sky. The big white man, first of all, the big white man in the sky is not talking to you. Why would he talk to you, nigga? Why would the oppressor's God talk to you? Why would he talk to you? He wouldn't even answer your prayers on the plantation. Why would he talk to you? Yes, you do need to listen. Y'all ancestors be telling y'all exactly what y'all need to do, and you just will not do it. You will not do it. Your ancestors are sitting up there right now like, this is the hard-headed ass bitch I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't know why I got this assignment, but she is getting on my last fucking nerve. I've always been connected to my ancestors and just didn't know it. We all are. I have always had the voice, and even my friends would say, "What does the voice say?" Or I would call my friends and say, "Well, the voice woke me up and told me to tell you." It would use me to pass messages to people, which is exactly what it's doing today. I used to have a series on Facebook called I Am the Messenger. Well, I would go live. That was a decade ago. That was a fucking decade ago. You said I left a job after 30 years. My supervisor said the grass wasn't greener on the other side. Shit, if it wasn't. I left and made double and less stressful work. Fuck, I'm talking about. I'm sorry. What happened with what? Remind me of what I was just talking about, because it's gone just that fast. Oh, you mean what happened to that? The videos are still on YouTube. The videos are still there. So this slavery really fucked us up, and that was passed down from generation to generation to generation. So the message: you are being watched at every second of your life. Your survival depends on being judged acceptable by someone who owns you. Who owns you today? Your job. Your job owns you today. The whole credit system. The whole credit system makes you believe that you are worthy. Right? Look at all these external things that you have to do to make yourself feel worthy. And the judgment was arbitrary. The same behavior could be acceptable on a Tuesday and get you whipped on a Wednesday, because the judgment wasn't based on a code. It was based on the mood of the person who owned you. This taught the enslaved nervous system something that still echoes today. You cannot predict when judgment will come. So you must always be performing acceptability, always. So when do you have time to relax? You got to stay tap dancing, because you don't know when the goddamn hammer is going to drop. The minute you let yourself breathe or be the real you, here comes judgment, right? Hi. Here comes judgment. So you can't relax. You got to always be on, especially when you have rules that says anybody can fire you at any time for any fucking reason. That is nothing but performing. So that's not a strategy. That is a nervous system state. Hypervigilance, chronic scanning, constant self-monitoring. The body never relaxes because the body learned that relaxation equals vulnerability equals death. Planted in your little baby brain. So this is the biological foundation of Dr. Geronimus, of what Dr. Geronimus, this is the person that the first person that wrote about allostatic load, calls weathering. The allostatic load of being under constant evaluation for 400 years. Please go and lay down. I'm tired of hearing your goddamn toenails. Go lay down. Why the fuck are y'all pacing around? Watch him go down the steps. He's over there at the window. I think he has a bone waiting over there. No, he has a bone. He buries bones all over the house. And he just goes back and digs them up. They'll be under the couch. They'll be under a dresser. Trust me, if we had a real backyard, there'd be holes all over. So, a black woman's body, this is where it gets dangerous for us. A black woman's body shows biological markers of 7 to 10 years older than their chronological age. It's just bones everywhere. Not because of genetics, but because of judgment. Why are we aging faster? Because of judgment. If you drill this thing down, it all comes back to judgment. The fear of you being judged makes you hyper vigilant, which keeps your body in fight or flight mode constantly. The body has been bracing against judgment for so long that the bracing itself becomes the damage. Number 3, Jim Crow, judgment as law. After slavery ended, the judgment didn't stop. It was codified. Jim Crow laws made judgment the law of the land. Which water fountain you used, judged. Which door you entered, judged. Where you sat on the bus, judged. Whether you made eye contact with a white person, judged, or you could get killed. Whether you were sir-ing or ma'am-ing correctly, judged. Y'all remember Miss Sophia in The Color Purple? Whether your tone was respectful enough, judged. Emmett Till was murdered for a whistle. Jim Crow made every public interaction a judgment zone. Every white person became a potential judge, jury, and executioner. Has that changed? Has that changed? Because on your job, who's your boss? More than likely, it's a white man. Right? Most of the cops, white man. Most of the judges, white man. Right? Any white person, not just the police, any white person. And these people are beneath you. The cashier, the neighbor, the stranger on the street. Any of them could decide that your behavior was out of line, and the consequences range from humiliation to death. Why you think these white people be coming up to you? What are you guys doing? Do you live here? What are you doing in this pool? Do you have ID on you? Katie, you sound like a white woman. Get the fuck out. I don't know one nigga woman named Katie. Anyone could be in those positions and then shut the fuck up. People that are way beneath you in your station in life can decide whether or not your tone is wrong, whether or not you got the wrong look on your face, right? You ever talk to me like that again, I'll fire you. Well, fuck you, nigga. I'm out. I'm not switching. I'm not code switching for you. I'm not code switching for you. Y'all know I can't stand a Katie. Katie's the white woman name that I use for the nosy bitches at your job. So she did exactly what I said she was going to do. She came in here running her mouth. What are you guys talking about? Well, shut up. Yeah, that's why Jordan had to get out of the military. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. So, depending on how that person's feeling today, they could humiliate the shit out of you or kill you. And this is where respectability politics were born. Right there. At that very fucking moment. This is why black people have to be perfect. Gotta work twice as hard. Gotta do this, gotta do that. Respectability politics. The most savage, nasty motherfuckers on the planet get to decide what's respectable for black people. Y'all really got me fucked up. Y'all really got me fucked up. Just like with my books, I dare somebody to come back and say, your book isn't formatted right. Who gets to decide what the formation is? Can you read the book? Are all the layer numbers there? And then read the fucking book, bitch. I don't have to adhere to what the fuck these people told me was the proper way to do something. I'm not going to do it. Who gets to fucking make these rules up that we all got to live our lives according to? Fuck you. You don't want my book because it ain't formatted like the white people's books, then don't buy my book, bitch. I don't give a fuck what white people said is the right thing to do. Just like, oh, you're overweight. To whose standards? Who the fuck got to say I'm overweight? Who made these rules? Who made these rules? You can call me overweight all you want to. At least I'm not putting nothing in my body that I don't know what the fuck it is. I'm not shooting myself up to be a fucking 10-year-old, try to stay in a 10-year-old body. Are you listening, Katie? Because you probably stuck yourself today. Y'all out here trying to keep your girlish figure for your man who likes little girls. You starving yourself because your man likes teenagers. And your ass is 37. I've got to be as thin as my daughter. He's gonna what? You got 3 kids, but you still trying to have a girlish figure? I'm sorry. How does that work? So again, performing because these motherfuckers made the rules. But here's the thing about rules. If enough people don't adhere to the rules, they will change. But y'all motherfuckers keep going with these rules. I'm not going with these fucking rules. What is the point of us getting off the plantation and still being slaves? What is the point of the illusion of freedom? But your brain is still operating like you're a fucking slave on the plantation. Your body is free, but your brain is still operating like it's on the plantation. So what is the point of you being free at all? Because you're not free at all. So this judgment from these fucking strangers is why y'all are out here bending yourselves into these shapes. This is where respectability politics was born. This is not a philosophy, not a choice. It was a survival strategy to fit in with these motherfuckers. Well, nobody's keeping you on the plantation, ma'am. You could always leave. You're not a fucking tree. Why are you still there? The difference between then and now is that you are free to walk away. But why are you not walking away? So, with respectability politics, if any white person can judge you at any time and the consequences can be fatal, then your best defense is to be so respectable, so professional, so polite, so clean, so articulate, so non-threatening that no one can find a reason to judge you. Hi. Look at that. Well, we got to work twice as hard to be respectable for Appalachian white people. We got to work twice as hard so that the cashier at the grocery store doesn't judge us. The cashier at the grocery store? That makes $7.25 an hour. Is that the cashier that you're talking about? Well, we can't wear bonnets on the airplane because people are going to judge us. What people? The TSA agents? The other white strangers on the plane? You don't know them people. Oh, here we go. The bullshit begins. You don't know them people? Do you honestly think that them people are looking at each other? Look at that respectable nigger over there. So fucking respectable. Let's tell him how articulate he is. You know, I was noticing when you were talking that you're extremely articulate. Why, thank you. Did you get a formal education? Well, why, yes, I did. It's paying off. It's definitely paying off. And y'all do the same thing to your kids. Don't you go in here and embarrass me. You gotta be on your best behavior. Did you grow up in Britain? You better be on your best behavior. My best behavior? How the fuck is your kid gonna know what the fuck their best behavior is? What exactly is that? Don't make me look bad. To who? Oh my God, did you see how her child was behaving? She must be a bad parent. Y'all are getting judged by people that kill their kids and then lie about it. That's what it means. Be quiet. Don't touch nothing. White moms that don't know how to raise their kids not to be school shooters are judging you. You mean the chicks that drink a box of wine and take Quaaludes at 3 p.m. are judging me on my parenting ability? You mean the chicks that couldn't be bothered to raise their own kids until they were forced to do so are judging my parenting ability? That's interesting. Huh. None of y'all raised a school shooter. Not one of your kids be like, fuck you, mom. Fuck you, mom. Don't come into my room, mom. Not one of y'all got kids like that. Y'all are so afraid of being called ghetto by white people. Hey, Miss Thea. She's just ghetto. By trailer trash. People that are one generation removed from Appalachia are sitting back in judgment of you. Here's a fun fact. In 2035, if they don't do away with this welfare this year, in 2025 it will have been 100 years that white folks have been on welfare. Because welfare started in 1935. We weren't able to get on welfare until the 60s, 30 years later. Well, they called you guys mud people. And they were giving you ghetto loans at the Wells Fargo. Hello? You're mud people. Some of y'all weren't here for that conversation. I had asked Mother where all the black church money was going. And she broke it down for us. She spilled the hottest fucking tea imaginable. All your good black church money, all those billions are going right into those white banks. Wells Fargo, Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, Citibank. All four of them had to pay billions of dollars to the Justice Department because of discrimination against Black and Hispanic people. Yeah, they give loans to white folks because they were discriminating against Black people. So all of that good church money that you guys give to your churches every Sunday gets loaned out to the white folks. If they give it out to you, it's a subprime loan, even though you qualify for a regular loan. Even though you qualified for better, lower interest rates and all that, they give you a subprime loan. Do you know how much? Money? $252 million a week is collected from the black community. And that's 80% white, 80% black women is what's holding up the black church. So $252 million a week is being extracted from majority black women. Since 1980, they've collected $420 billion from the black community. But your kids got student loans and y'all lost y'all houses to these banks and all that shit, right? They ain't building nothing in your neighborhood. Oh. And guess who they mainly give your black money to? Gentrification. They give your money to developers that come and buy up your houses in your neighborhood and gentrify them. Your black dollars are going to white colonizers that come and colonize your neighborhoods. And your pastor, he knows. He's in on it. He was definitely in on it with Wells Fargo. They were the black churches were letting Wells Fargo come in to the church and do home ownership seminars at the church and signing the church members up for subprime loans that they labeled ghetto loans, called y'all mud people. Elizabeth Jacobson was a whistleblower. I said that's what they call the blacks, mud people. I thought y'all was giving y'all money to God. What happened to that? I thought that good church money was going to God. It's not going to him? When did it stop? When did it stop going to God? Huh? When did it stop going to God? And if you're going to tell me when it stopped going to God, can you please also let me know how he was collecting it? Was it direct deposit? Did he get a check? Did he take that check into one of the 4 banks? How did it work? I'm just curious. Yeah, they're going to the companies that keep you homeless. Y'all need to be suing these churches. I don't know why you're not. That's who you need to be suing. Why y'all not suing the church? Why y'all not suing all 4 of them banks? See, the thing that black people aren't doing enough is suing people. Yeah, and God, y'all trust, because y'all giving them your money. Y'all not suing people enough. Every time somebody do something to y'all should be suing them. I'm gonna call my lawyer. Them lawyers will take those cases because they know they're gonna make some money off of it. You ain't gotta pay these people up front. You said they did what now? Let me take some notes here. Called you a nigger and then kicked you out, you said? Really? Really? All right. So, you out here tap dancing for Whitey. I call it tap dancing. But really, it's, being professional, being polite, being clean, being articulate, being as non-threatening as you possibly can. That's tap dancing. You said, should we be holding our own people accountable first, the big fish? Why would your mind go there? I'm just curious. Why would your mind go there? Why do you think our people should be held accountable first. I'm just curious why your mind would go there. I wish there was something that would show me if the person was typing, like when you send a text message and you can see the little dots. Wish I had that. Because I'm just curious that when we talk about things like this, your mind immediately goes to, let's get the niggas first. Y'all are always very much hell-bent on trying to hold other black people accountable for shit that white people did to all of us as a collective. So now you have to ask yourself, why does your mind immediately go to having smoke with other black people instead of having smoke to the originator of the bullshit? Y'all give all the smoke to other niggas. You give no smoke to whitey. Still under that spell. And I'm just here to point it out to you. There is the condition of black people today as a collective is the ownness of the positions we are in today is fully on white people. Period. And again, I will say, y'all motherfuckers have no grace for black people as black people. You don't have any problem shooting another black person. You don't have any problem holding another black person accountable. But when you drill down to the root of the problem, a white person is right there at the bottom holding that motherfucker. Black people are not your problem. White people are your problem. Well, it wasn't white people that stole my purse. Well, let's look at the conditions that made that man steal your purse. Let's look at the conditions that motivated that man to steal your purse. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to do that, right? I believe white people cannot infiltrate if one of our people didn't show them how to. That's a lie. That's not true. So you're more focused on the person that allowed them to come through the door rather than the people that came through the door and did all the bullshit. You see how that sounds? You're madder at the person that opened the door than the people that stormed through the door and tore your shit up. Well, none of this would have happened if that nigger hadn't opened the door. Well, what happens when they break the door down? What happens when they set your house on fire from the outside? How did we get here? Black people are not willing to see how we got here. And that is, again, part of the spell. You have been brainwashed and trained and programmed and spelled to have hatred for yourself. And you don't even recognize it. So when your first mind goes to, well, it wasn't white people that did. Yes, it was. Because none of this shit would have happened if it wasn't for them. I can take this shit all the way back to that drunk motherfucker rolling up on his boat. Everything that happened from that point on is downhill for us. Every goddamn thing. I don't give a fuck what year it is. It all started when that motherfucker rode up here and looking for India. Period. Y'all ain't willing to do that. I'm willing to get to the fucking bottom of it. I'm willing to go to the goddamn center of the Tootsie Roll Pop. Boop. What's the last one? Pontifex. Romanus Pontifex. You got Inticatera, Dum Diversis, Romanus Pontifex, the papal bulls of the doctrine of discovery. Sometimes my memory works. I don't remember what I said 5 minutes ago, but I remember other things. Romanus Pontifex, Pontifex. I don't like it when Black people just deal with surface shit. Okay, that's it. I don't like that. I don't like that we don't take the time to understand the conditions that created other conditions. I don't like that. And that's what makes us very impatient when it comes to Black people. And I think another thing that makes people do that to Black people is because you look at other Black people and say that they don't have any power over you. So you're only going to tap dance for motherfuckers that you think have power over you. And Black people don't. Y'all still working for Whitey. Oh, that nigga ain't got no power. He can't do nothing. He can't hurt me. So you still buying into the whole white people are superior to you. White people, there's not one white person on the planet that's superior to me. Not one. So what about Black nobility? Black nobility is not Black people. Did you not know that? Oops. I'm sorry. Did you not look up what Black nobility is, ma'am? Black nobility is not Black families. It's white families. So you might want to go do some research. Y'all are using that all wrong. Why can't you hear me? Can y'all not hear me? Y'all are using that Black nobility all wrong. So y'all might want to go look that shit up before you start trying to defend your argument. I said what I said. You said what you said. We're not going to be on one accord with it, and we should just leave it alone. I don't like when Black people immediately want to hold other Black people accountable for shit white people did. Period. Well, should we hold us accountable for being the victims of the bullshit? For being the victims of this big elaborate ruse that's been played on all of us? This big elaborate spell that's been played on all of us? We should be holding us accountable for what exactly? We are behaving exactly as we were programmed to behave. So if all you can see is the surface behavior of other black people, then you are on the side of whitey. Take your ass on over there. Bye. So the judgment doesn't respond to respectability because the judgment isn't evaluating your behavior. It's evaluating your existence. I don't hold space for white people in black people's bodies. I don't hold space for that bullshit. We don't have nothing to talk about. We are not the same. Go on over there with them. So y'all out here trying to be respectable. I blame the black man for allowing this, though. Allowing what? Allowing what? What is the black man allowing? Be clear about what you're saying. Training starts in the home, correct? What kind of training? What training are you talking about, ma'am? What kind of training are you referring to, ma'am? You're all over the place. You do know that, right? Are we having one of those kitchen sink conversations where you're just going to keep pulling in all this other shit? Because you're pulling in shit that doesn't have anything to do with what you originally brought up. So we're having a kitchen sink conversation. Well, what about that over there? What about black nobility? What about what? Where are we going? Where are we going with this? Where are we going with this, ma'am? I'm waiting for them to type in what the black man has to do with any of this. Exactly. So shut the fuck up. So here's the trap. You out here tap dancing for whitey, being polite, being clean, being articulate, being non-threatening. You thinking that no one's going to find a reason to judge you. That's the trap. It does not work because the judgment was never about your behavior. It was about your blackness. Emmett Till was a child in a clean shirt. He was still murdered. The judgment doesn't respond to respectability because the judgment isn't evaluating your behavior. It's evaluating your existence. So how are you going to clean up your fucking existence for white people to like you? And just because a white man fucks you doesn't mean he likes black people. You should know that from history. Just because one of them makes you his personal breeder does not mean he likes black people. Saying what y'all out here with these white women. Just because she likes BBC does not mean that she likes black people. Because the minute she has that nappy-headed, brown, tan kid and she can't do nothing with his hair, she's going to be talking all kinds of shit about him. I'm still waiting to figure out how the men had anything to do with anything. Oh my God, her hair is just so curly. I don't know what to... I bet you that big dick nigga that you had curly hair too. Because black people don't get revenge. That's why. So, system number 4 is the media. Judgment as representation. The fourth system installed judgment through images. For over a century, media has been a judgment machine. News coverage that shows black arrest photos and white graduation photos for the same crime. Movies where the black character dies first, is the sidekick, is the comic relief, is the criminal. Coverage of black neighborhoods that frames them as dangerous, while white neighborhoods with the same crime rates are struggling. The angry black woman, the thug, the welfare queen, the super predator. Every one of these is a judgment rendered as a character type. I personally do not mind being called the angry black woman. I lean into that shit. They're going to call you angry anyway. Why are you not being angry? They're going to call you that anyway. Everything that they call you, you should lean into that shit. My God, they're so ghetto. Perfect. About to play this loud ass music, put this goddamn bonnet on. I'm about to lean into that shit. Why y'all not looking at this shit as a way of freeing yourself? They're going to call you that anyway. Big Meek, we have a misunderstanding. It is over now. Okay? Let's just let it go. Okay? The answer to your question that you asked, should we be holding black people accountable first before we hold white people accountable? The answer is no. Because that's scary nigga behavior. That ain't nothing but scary nigga behavior. Instead of going after the real culprit of a situation, you would go after its scapegoat. So no. Yeah, throw your robe on. Turn your music on your little 90s radio on your fucking... Lean into that shit. What are they going to do about it? Call you ghetto again? What are they going to do? They did the most powerful thing they could do. They ain't going to do shit else. They're going to dangle that judgment in front of you so that you modify your behavior. And like a little goddamn trained dog, let me go. Let me do my... I got to get respect from white people. You're never going to get respect from white people. The most respectable fucking family lived right in that goddamn White House. You couldn't get more squeaky fucking clean than Michelle and Barack Obama. You couldn't get more squeaky fucking clean. You know what that stemmed? The dirtiest motherfucker on the planet being the next president. I don't care how you felt about him at all. I don't give a fuck how you felt about him. Because some of y'all just naturally hate other black people. Okay? I don't care how you felt about him. But there could not have been a more perfect example of a black presidential family. And look how they talk about them. So what makes you think they're not going to talk about your black ass? They call them monkeys. These people at your bank, where you got your money at, called you mud people. Cracker ass crackers. That probably don't even make as much money as you do. Called you mud people. They probably don't make as much money as you do. Don't have the education that you do. Don't have the credentials that you do. And they call you mud people. What can you do? What can you do to be respectable to that? And why do you give a fuck? The ultimate question is, why do you care? You know why you care? Because it's other niggas policing you more than the white people are. It's your family. It's your friends. It's the people that know you. That's whose judgment you really pay attention to. So, system number 5, the professional workplace. Judgment as economics. The final system makes judgment economic. In the workplace, judgment controls your livelihood. Hair discrimination, judged, unprofessional. Speech discrimination, judged, not articulate enough or too aggressive. Emotional discrimination, judged, angry black woman. For the same behavior white men get praised for as passionate leadership. Dress discrimination, judged, not a culture fit. Networking discrimination, judged, not executive material. The workplace makes judgment about survival, like the plantation. Just like the plantation. And while y'all over here trying to tap dance and get validation and all this shit, they're fucking stealing the money. While you over here not wearing do-rags and bonnets and shit, these motherfuckers is dealing drugs on the campus. Hello? They more worried about y'all wearing do-rags and bonnets. And these motherfuckers had a whole cocaine ring on the campus. But the biggest thing they could find about Obama was his tan suit. The biggest thing they could find about y'all at the Tuskegee Institute is that you were wearing bonnets and do-rags to class when white kids literally will come in there with their whole pajama set on. White kids, when I used to go visit my friends at Ohio State University, these motherfuckers would come into class wet. Thank God it took a shower, but just any old kind of way. You would never see that at a black school, would you? You would never see that at a black school because the judgment standard is so fucking high. It's not that there is a standard for appearance, it's the judgment. Because this black president doesn't want the white schools looking at his students and saying those kids are ghetto. So he's making you perform to make himself look better to his peers. So the workplace makes judgment about survival. If you're judged unprofessional, you don't get the job. Don't get the promotion, don't get the raise, don't get the loan, don't get the contract. The judgment follows you into your bank account. And the standard you're being judged against is white. And it doesn't, nobody sits up and talks about how unprofessional white people are. When have y'all heard somebody sitting around talking about how unprofessional white people are? Anybody? I miss him. The standard that you are being judged against is white. Yeah, I do it all the time. Just white. Professional means dress like white people, speak like white people, wear your hair like white people, have the same cultural references as white people, react to stress the way white people do, and never make white people uncomfortable. That is their standard. That is their measurement. And if you do not measure up to this bullshit, somebody with a goddamn Walmart suit on with mismatched motherfucking socks. Hi, Aaron. Culture fit equals how comfortable are white people with your blackness? That's what culture fit means. Are you going to fit into their culture? Oh, we just need to make sure it's a culture fit. Are you going to fit in with white culture? They don't have any culture, but are you willing to stop your blackness at the door? Because your blackness makes them uncomfortable. How comfortable are white people with your blackness? And the answer they're looking for is comfortable enough that they can forget you're black. Y'all are trying y'all best. Kind of like that old lady or that older lady that's trying to keep her husband's attention when she knows he likes young girls. You're not going to bring any attention to yourself. You're not going to remind anybody that you're black. Blackness and the answer my daughter is going through right now, teaching at an all-white prep school. I wouldn't be the only black teacher at an all-white prep school. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't even apply. Any black person that puts themselves in an all-white environment is insane. You asking for trouble. You're asking for nervous system issues. You're asking for illness. You're asking for it. There's not enough money for me to be hyper vigilant for 9 hours a day. They're not paying me enough money for that. This is about to get cut off. Should I start it again? I'm almost finished though. Hold on, let me see how much more I got. Oh, I got more. I'll come back. Yeah, you're not only putting your children in danger, you're putting yourself in danger. You are clearly putting yourself in danger. Because if you recognize the biomarkers of proximity to whiteness, then you would know how much you're putting yourself in jeopardy, your health. The closer you get to white folks, the worse your nervous system is going to behave. And I literally have documentation on that. It's in both sides of the books, both of them. There are statistics that show that the farther away black people are from white, I literally use Hancock as a way for you guys to understand that. Do y'all remember the movie? Hi. Do y'all remember the movie Hancock? Do you remember what it was about? Do you remember? The farther away he got from that white woman, the more strength he had. A lot of y'all didn't look at it that way. Every time he got close to that white woman, he lost his powers. I told you, you had an assignment, Miss Wendy. You were supposed to go watch it. Did y'all think about that? He said you just got her. Think about it. The closer he got to the white woman, the less power he had. Just like y'all working in these all-white environments. The closer you are in proximity to white people, the less power you have. So, judgment. What we're talking about, for those of you that are just coming in, the biggest thing that fucks with Black people is judgment. The fear of judgment is literally at the root of all of this shit. Because that has been implanted in your little brain when you were a child, and that is still operating in your brain today. You don't want to be judged by your parents. You don't want to be judged by your peers. You don't want to be judged by your coworkers. You don't want to be judged by white people. You don't want to be judged by anybody. So that is the number one behavior modification tool that has been used against Black people all of these centuries. All of this shit is in your head. All of it. So, we've been breaking down. We left off at the media, we at the workplace. The culture fit means how you fit into their culture. Are you willing to drop your Blackness to work in this environment? To make sure they don't remember that you're Black. Oh, hi, Katie. Making sure you know how to code switch. You got to code switch. To fit into their culture, you got to talk like them. So, here's my second question to Mother. Is respectability politics why we keep losing? Her answer was a big old capital yes, period. Because you're so goddamn focused on being respectable to people that are beneath you. Mother says, here's exactly why. Respectability politics is a strategy that was designed for a world that no longer exists. If it ever did, it was. If you are good enough, they will accept you. Now think about how that has shaped you as an adult. Your parents literally tell you that you have to work twice as hard to get half of what these motherfuckers have. They have put that in your baby brain. That you have always got to perform in order to get what you fucking deserve in this life. But the judgment was never about behavior. It is about your existence. So no amount of behavior modification will ever be enough. You cannot behave your way out of a judgment that targets your being. And how many times have we watched the KUNEs do it? How many times have we watched the Kauns do it? We know this game, but we're still playing the game. The Stephen A. Smiths of the world, the Clarence Thomases of the world, we're still doing it. We're just not doing it to their level. You're still doing it. How you gonna judge their behavior when you're still doing it? You're doing it too. Every time you code switch in front of these motherfuckers at the job, you're doing it too. Every time you don't wear what you want to wear to work because it may not be professional enough, you're doing it too. Every time you worried about what your hair is doing before you go into the job, you're doing it too. You're just not doing it on TV. Taking into consideration what a white person is going to think when you dress or behave or whatever, That's the spell. And Mother literally says that. Right down there. The judgment is not about your behavior. You cannot behave your way out of the judgment that targets you because you're just a black person. These people have a preconceived notion of who you are, and you're so busy trying to dispel that. Why are you wasting your time? No matter what you do, you're still going to be a nigga. Just ask OJ. So, respectability politics makes us lose in 5 specific ways. Number 1, it wastes energy. Every ounce of energy spent monitoring how will this look is energy not spent building, creating, organizing, or healing. Black people are spending enormous cognitive and emotional resources on self-surveillance. But here's the thing. Somebody just said committed to misunderstanding us. Why do you care? The ultimate question is, why do you give a fuck if you're misunderstood by white people? Are you okay? It's not about them misunderstanding us. It's why do you care if they misunderstand you? Anybody? Have y'all dug deep enough to answer that question? What is it within you, here, somewhere, that makes you give a fuck? I say let them misunderstand us. The more misunderstanding, the better. They don't need to know shit else about us. They know more about us than you know about us. They don't need to understand nothing else about us. They know everything there is to know about us. They don't misunderstand us. They already know. Y'all don't spend enough time knowing them motherfuckers. That's the problem. They have already designated us as their enemies, and they treat us as such. Why are we not doing the same fucking thing? You're supposed to be what? Okay, these niggas is out here. Oh, let me write that down. What else are they doing? Oh. This could be important later. Y'all always got, oh, they're always watching us. Why the fuck you ain't watching them? Why the fuck you ain't watching them? They're the ones always doing shit. We ain't the ones doing it. Y'all quick to snitch on a nigga, though. Y'all quick to watch other niggas, though. I'll be like this. So, you doing all this self-surveillance, you ain't doing no white surveillance. We're talking about black people and their fear of judgment, because that is really at the root of all of your fucking problems. I am literally cracking the fucking code. This is it. Of all the other issues, we got to the center of the fucking Tootsie Roll Pop. This is the thing. Because y'all care what these motherfuckers think about you. And it ain't just them. You care about what your family thinks. You care about what your friends think. You care about what your pastor thinks. You care about what all of these niggas on this realm think about you. I thought y'all was supposed to be performing for God. What happened to that? I thought y'all was supposed to be out here tap dancing for God, for the big white man in the sky. What happened to that? If your eyes are supposed to be on God, why are you paying attention to these motherfuckers? Hello? I thought y'all was supposed to be hyper-focused on this imaginary nigga in the sky. So how y'all got time to be paying attention to what these other random motherfuckers is thinking about you? I'm confused. I'm very confused. I thought y'all was supposed to be so heavenly bound that you're no earthly good. Then why y'all fucking paying attention to these motherfuckers? These people ain't got a heaven or hell to put you in. Why you not performing for Jesus? What happened to that? It do be your parents. Because you, and here is the rub. You gonna do the same motherfucking thing to your kids. You're doing it to your kids right now. The very people that be sitting up and blaming their parents for their fucking issues is doing the same shit to their own kids as we fucking speak. You doing the same motherfucking thing. The same exact issues your ass have is gonna have the same fucking issues with your kids. Because you're doing the same fucking thing. You're saying the same shit. You have turned into your mama. You sent your daughter to an all-white school because they convinced you that they'll have a better chance if they're around whiteys. Putting your children in a fucking environment where they're fucking hyper vigilant and their fucking nervous system is in fight or flight for 9 hours a goddamn day. That's better for your kids. Oh, so safe. And our kids are swinging from trees and shit. You want your kid to be the only nigga in the whole place. Some of y'all niggas take pride in that shit. Some of y'all niggas literally take pride in your little nigga kid being the only nigga in the fucking picture. Yeah, you paid for it. You pay for your kid to be fucking traumatized and terrorized every day. Thousands of dollars. Because other black people aren't good enough for your kids to be around. God forbid you regulate your fucking kids' nervous systems by having them around people they can fucking trust. God forbid. Well, the school is just so dangerous. What black school got shot up by a school shooter? I'm sorry. Did I miss that? I remember this one black boy had a gun at the school, but how many black schools got shut up by school shooters? Yeah, you moved into the neighborhood because it was good schools, right? That's why people that have kids move into neighborhoods that have good schools. Otherwise, what's the point of you moving there? Right? You moved there because you wanted your kid to go to that school. Some of y'all use your grandma's address because you want your kid to go to a different school in a different school zone. Don't act like y'all didn't do this shit. Don't act like y'all didn't do this shit. Everybody in my family used somebody else's address to go to whatever school they thought they should have been going to. Oh, I watched them. Scared the shit out of me. So you're wasting all of this energy on your self-surveillance. You surveilling yourself. It's all in your fucking head. The judgment tax is real. It's an invisible surcharge on every Black life. Number 2, it fragments the community. Respectability politics creates a hierarchy within Blackness. Good Black people versus the bad Black people. You remember who was that comedian that said, I like Black people, I don't like niggas? Was that Chris Rock with his cooning ass? Y'all remember that? And y'all would parrot that shit. I don't mind Black people, but I don't like niggas. I like niggas. Was it Paul Mooney? Nah. I like niggas. All of them. Every last one of them. I don't care how ghetto they are. I don't care if their hair is blue or pink and their nails is out to here. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I love niggas. You're good at what you do. I would like for you to elevate your consciousness and focus. I don't give a fuck what you would like me to do. Kiss my Black ass. I don't give a fuck what you would want me to do. Shut the fuck up. Like I'm taking instructions from white men. If you don't kiss my Black ass, go find you some white woman to run around with. You're in the wrong motherfucking place. Raise my consciousness. My consciousness is right where the fuck it needs to be, bitch. I see you, Whitey. I see you. I see you. Hey, Bubba. Some white man just said some crazy shit to me, Fats. You won't believe it. Asking me to raise my consciousness when it's supposed to be right where the fuck it's at. Right. Ain't that some bullshit? I would just implore you to kiss my ass. That's what I'm implore you to do. Anyway, back to the discussion. It fragments the community. Like this motherfucker was just trying to do. Hi, we're talking about judgment and why it is the thing that keeps niggas trapped. The nerve, the caucasity of it all. So listen, y'all trying to figure out who the good Blacks are and the Blacks are fragments us. The articulate ones versus the ghetto ones, the ones who made it versus the ones who didn't try. This hierarchy, which is entirely strategically, entirely based on white judgment standards. We are letting these motherfuckers fragment our community based on their standards they gave to us. This is just what I was talking about a minute ago. Why the fuck would I format my book for white people standards? I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I'm already above white people's standards. Why the fuck would I lower myself to meet white people's standards? That is insane. So what are our standards? Just be quiet and listen since you knew. Just be quiet and listen. You just be quiet and listen. The work never ends, does it? Anywho, based on white people's standards, it divides black people against each other, and a divided community cannot organize, cannot vote strategically, cannot build economic power, and cannot protect itself. And that is the fucking strategy in and of itself. Well, I'm one of the good ones. Then get your ass over there with Whitey. What the fuck you doing over here? All the niggas that consider themselves to be the good ones, take your ass over there with them. I'll stay with the bad ones. Bye. Grad, he is not to have a belief that we are on stolen land, period. I think you should stop being so emotional, Mr. Lamb. I think you should stop being emotional and take your time and type your comment in. Stop being emotional. Why are you being so emotional? You can't even get your comment right, sir. Just breathe. Just in through the nose. Now, take your time. Number 3, it silenced the truth. If your primary fear is judgment, you will never say the thing that needs to be said. You want me to say it again, mother? If your primary fear is judgment, you will never, she capitalized it, never say the thing that needs to be said. You won't name the racism. You won't challenge the system. You won't speak truth to power, because truth makes people uncomfortable and discomfort triggers judgment. I'm going to say it because I don't give a fuck what you think about it. I remember the moment I decided I didn't give a fuck what anybody thought about me on the internet. I remember I was really psyching myself up to go live. And I just could not, this was years ago, just could not muster up the strength to do it because I was thinking about all the ways I was going to be judged. And then I remembered that light-skinned girl that used to dance, and she would have on a too small top, and she was on YouTube back in the day. Do y'all remember that girl whose hair would always be all over her head? We thought she was kind of slow or something. And she would just be dancing and her belly would be hanging out and all that. And I just got that image in my mind and was like, if that young lady can get on the internet and do what the fuck she's doing, what the fuck am I worried about? It was all in my, yes, with the skinny legs. I don't know what happened to her. She was counting that money all the way to the moon. I said, what the fuck am I? It was all in my fucking head. Because what y'all have to accept is there's always going to be somebody that's going to talk shit. Always. I'm just quick on my toes. Some of y'all are quicker than me on your toes. Why y'all not on here? You got to be willing to slap a motherfucker back. A motherfucker come and slap you, you got to be willing to slap him back. Okay? I think y'all think that y'all need to be perfect, and I hope that I'm showing y'all that you don't. Please feel free to curse. Okay? Feel free to be your fucking authentic ass self. Because you could be the most perfect, sweet, juiciest peach in the world, and there's still gonna be a motherfucker that don't like peaches. Okay? So you just trying to ripen yourself up and, oh, I can be sweeter. I can be, bitch, I don't like peaches. I don't care what you do. I don't like them. Well, what if I, see how crazy that sounds? Well, what if I do? Well, what? Ma'am, I don't eat peaches. I don't like them. So there is nothing that you're going to do that's going to make me like them. That's how y'all look tap dancing for whitey. These motherfuckers don't like you. They don't like you. They just tolerate us in our home, on our land. They tolerate us. That shit needs to be twisted back around, and we need to not be tolerating them on our land. Y'all got this shit all fucked up. The reason that the shit is still happening is that y'all ain't flipped that shit. Whip that pussy. Don't get pussy whipped. Whip that pussy. Thank you, Jordan, for the sound effects. We're a comedy duo. Bang, 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 bang. Listen, we gotta flip this shit, yo. Y'all letting these motherfuckers get away with way too much shit. Y'all letting these motherfuckers run the shit out of y'all. That shit got to stop. Y'all are silencing yourselves. Every black leader who was assassinated because they stopped being respectable. Martin Luther King Jr. was respectable when he talked about integration, but he became dangerous when he started talking about economics, the Vietnam War, and systemic poverty. Malcolm X was dangerous from the start because he refused to be respected by white standards. Both were killed. The message is, be respectable and we'll tolerate you. Stop being respectable and we'll eliminate you. You got to go sometime. Everybody's going to die. I don't know if y'all saw the end of the movie. I'm just going to go ahead and give you the end of the book. None of us is going to make it out of this thing alive. None of us. What's up, John? I got to talk to you. None of us. So what the fuck is the point of being afraid? What is the point of all of this? Number 4, it prevents authentic power. It prevents authentic power. Power requires authenticity. You cannot build real power while performing an identity that is not yours. Respectability politics makes black people wear a mask, and you can't build from a mask. Now we're talking about how this land is stolen. It's the land of the brown and copper people. Nobody gives a fuck what you're saying, John Lamb. You're preaching to the fucking choir, bitch. We already know our fucking history here. So you're on the wrong fucking live. Why are you talking to black people about stolen land? Why are you not talking to the white people about it? Hello? Hello? We're not the ones you need to be having this conversation with. It's like talking to black people about racism, like we did it. We need to end racism. We didn't do it. Hello? We need to. We? What the fuck? Now we French. We? Power requires authenticity. You cannot build from a mask. The mask takes all of your energy to maintain. And the moment you take it off, the respectability was never real anyway. Real power says, this is who I am. Deal with it. Respectability says, let me become who you need me to be so you'll accept me. Those are opposite strategies. One builds power, the other builds dependence. Because how you look out here, let's use Nara Smith as an example. Miss Nara Smith been on here for all these years being a motherfucking trad wife until she was tired of being a trad wife. Now, mind you, this whole, I grew some vegetables and then I made Lucky a 3-hour meal. And then all of that was fake. That was not her normal speaking voice. Y'all do know who I'm talking about, right? Lucky said that he was hungry at midnight last night, and by 5 p.m. today, I fed him. Because I made air from scratch, and then I made water from scratch. That whole persona she took from a black woman in South Africa. Nara Smith? Y'all don't know who Nara Smith is? Go look it up. N-A-R-A. Smith. Her whole persona she took from a black South African woman. Now she doesn't want to be that anymore. Right? Because she wasn't being her authentic self. And it takes so much energy, right? Trying to be somebody else. Rather than her just doing what the fuck she's doing as being her fabulous fucking self. Yeah, I don't like her. I don't know her, right? But it's fun to watch because it's like, really, bitch, why didn't you just call DoorDash? Yeah, she used to comment on the lady's videos and then she blocked her. Bitch, why don't you just call DoorDash? You making now laters and shit. Why are you making now laters? So, be brave enough to say, this is my authentic self. I'm an intellectual disability. You're still here on my live, though. I'm not on yours. You must like. Are you in love with me? Hold on. I'm feeling a vibe. John, I think you're obsessed with me, right? Has to be. Because you're still here. You're in love with me. It's understandable. But I will say this. I do not fuck white people. So that's off the table. Y'all just need too much of our attention. Look at me, look at me. I'm going to type something in the comments. Look at me. Ooh, 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 ooh. Look at me. Nobody gives a fuck. So, respectability says, let me become who you need me to be so you'll accept me. And those are opposite strategies. One builds power and the other builds dependence, right? So, number 5, it makes us dependent, it makes us defend the system instead of dismantling it. This is what we were talking about earlier, right? When your primary goal is to be judged acceptable by the system, then the system is white folks, you end up defending the system. If I just work hard enough, get enough degrees, speak well enough, dress well enough, then the system will work for me. So when someone challenges the system, you feel threatened. That's why some of you niggas come here and you try to rail against me. Because in some kind of way you feeling sheepish about tap dancing for whitey. And now you've done what these Europeans did in 1676. You said we're going to stop being Ukrainian and German and Polish and Irish and all of those other things, just so we can be whites and be accepted by the system. Y'all doing the same thing the whiteys did. The poor European peasants when they got here. Y'all doing the same thing. In hopes of getting some privilege. Because why else are you doing it? Why else are you doing it? Why are you tap dancing for whitey? Money and privilege. Because you don't believe that you can make money or have whatever perceived privileges without white folks. So you defend the system instead of trying to dismantle it. If I work hard enough, get enough degrees, speak well enough, dress well enough, then the system is going to work for me. So when someone challenges the system, you feel threatened because your entire strategy depends on the system being fair. And if it's not fair, then all of your respectability was wasted. Is she passing? No, she's biracial. But she definitely leans into that whiteness. She loves her German side. So this is why Black people fight harder against Black liberation than white people do. Because liberation threatens the respectability strategy. If the system is rigged, then being respectable was pointless. And admitting that means admitting that you've been playing a rigged game your entire life. That's the devastating realization. So people double down. No, the system is fair. This is why you see these niggas out here talking about racism doesn't exist. Because they've spent their entire life tap dancing. So if they actually admit it, and even though they've experienced this racism themselves, if they actually admitted that shit, what was all the tap dancing about? All the tap dancing was for nothing. Because they're going to be judged as unfairly as all the rest of the Blacks. So, no, the system is fair. You just need to work harder. That's what they'll tell you. That's what this big head nigga, that officer fucking Tatum, this is what he's doing right now. This is what he's doing. He's getting his little 5 minutes of fame off Nolan Wells. Well, if you just pull yourself up by your bootstraps, ain't that what niggas tell you to do? The bougie niggas, just all you need to do is work a little harder. You can be around white people too. We don't want to be around white people too. Being around my niggas is good enough for me. I don't aspire to be around white people. Y'all act like that's your fucking personal heaven. Like you've made it. Just like in the music industry or oh, when you get on the pop charts or when white people start listening to you or when the gays start listening to you. It's not good enough for black people to listen to you. You gotta get the whites and the gays too, right? We're not good enough. You ain't made it if only black people know you, right? You hood famous. Ain't that what y'all say? Ain't that what y'all say? You just hood famous? Why is that not good enough for y'all? Why y'all tap dancing trying to get a Grammy when we should be doing our own award ceremonies and shit? Why? And you be so mad every year. Oh my God, they're only invited one black person to the Grammys. Y'all still out here trying to go to the Grammys? We set ourselves up to be mad about shit because you put these undue expectations on white folks. Y'all really think higher of white folks than you do about black people. Y'all the ones that put these motherfuckers on a pedestal. Y'all do that shit. Y'all gently place them above yourself and then work your ass off to get where they are. You put them there. Hello? You put them there. So, this is why some black people fight harder against black liberation than white people do. Because the judgment from white folks makes people defend their own oppression. I always say, y'all, if it doesn't hit you, then don't holler. If it don't hit you, don't holler. Your third question, Mother says, do white people do this purposely? Again, resounding, capitalized, yes. Period. And she says, and I can prove it across 400 years of documented evidence. You're not going to get this on Google, boo-boo. You're not going to get this on Chat GPP, whatever the fuck it is. She says she can prove it. Purposeful act number 1. Slavery was engineered, not accidental. Slavery wasn't just how things were. It was a system designed by people who studied African psychology, culture, and social structures to break them. We talked about this yesterday. How did these motherfuckers know all this information? They went to Egypt. The Greeks went to Egypt. All of that studying we did about all these Greek philosophers and shit. Where did they learn everything they knew? Egypt. Kemet. That's why they're trying their best to make Egypt white. Egypt was never white. Egypt was never black. It was just dark-skinned Caucasians. I know that sounds crazy, but that's what a fucking doctor said. He said that Egyptians were dark-skinned Caucasians because they don't want you to know that all the knowledge that these motherfuckers possess came from us. Embarrassed? Is it going to break the bubble that you worked so hard to make everyone believe that y'all are the ones that are smarter than everybody when in fact it was us that taught you? Again, flip it. You want to know the real truth? Just flip it. Willie Lynch letter, 1712, whether you consider it authentic or not. It describes exactly the strategy that was actually used. Take the strongest male and female, brutalize them publicly. Sounds like prison, doesn't it? Take the strongest male and female, brutalize them publicly, create division between the light and the dark, the young and the old, the male and the female, the goal. I have outlined a number of differences among the slaves. I take these differences and I make them bigger. This is engineered judgments. Because now you niggas are sitting back judging each other. Making the slaves judge each other. That bitch over there, look at that bitch over there. She thinks she's better than everybody. How many times have little girls gotten in fights in elementary school? Because some dark-skinned girl thought the little light-skinned girl thought she was better than everybody. Don't act like I'm the only one that saw it. She thinks she better. She got good hair. Huh? Where y'all think that came from? The plantation. Slave codes were legislated judgment. The laws that dictated exactly what Black people could and could not do, where they could go and could not go, who they could talk to, what they could learn. This is not organic social behavior. That was legal engineering of judgments. The church's role in slavery. Slave masters required church attendance for enslaved people. Why? Because the church taught servants obey your masters. Ephesians 6:5. Slaves, submit yourselves to your masters. 1 Peter 2:18. And the church was deployed as a behavior modification tool. The church was a and is a behavior modification tool to this day. That's why whenever these kids need Jesus. Why would these kids need Jesus? Come on now. Come on now. Why would you say someone needs Jesus? Hello? What are you hoping Jesus is going to do? Let's fire up that critical thinking cap. Let's fire it up. Modify their behavior. And what do the Christians do to the non-Christians? Yeah, well, they're getting theirs now. They're getting theirs now. We got to wait. We got to wait. Right? Hopefully, that's if you make it. Right? Because you got to modify your behavior in order to even make it, to see the big white man in the sky. You got to modify your behavior by so much. Right? What are these Christians doing every time they have a conversation with you and you're a non-Christian? They telling you immediately what their God is going to do to you. God is going to straighten you out. How many times have I heard this shit on this live? God is going to deal with you. God don't deal with nobody. When has God dealt with anybody? Where has this nigga been? This nigga don't come. He ain't coming down here to deal with me. He didn't even come down here to save his own son. Why the fuck would he come down here and deal with me? What the fuck am I in the grand scheme of things? He's gonna get you. Right? So, they literally selected scriptures that installed submission and omitted scriptures about liberation, which is Exodus, the prophets' calls for justice. The slave Bible in 1807 removed 90% of the Old Testament specifically to prevent enslaved people from reading about liberation. The original deadbeat dad was who? Your mans. Your mans. And who was right after that? White men. Right after that. Who was the next deadbeat dad? Motherfucking slave owners. Hello? Y'all always want to talk about black dads aren't in the home. Your God wasn't in his life at all. He wasn't even there. He didn't even save him. He asked him, hey, Dad, can you deal with these people? Can you like smite them or something? He's like, nah, they don't know what they're doing. Don't worry about it. But Dad. And my second question to that is, why couldn't Jesus handle these people? Wait, what happened to all his powers? He was walking on water. He was making wine. He was curing blind people. What the? How does this nigga get caught up? Too many unanswered questions for me. How did he get caught up? Why didn't he flip the table? You ensnared Jesus? Can you imagine the talk of the town? Girl, you know they called Jesus. What you mean? They called him. Caught him? The same nigga that turned all this water into wine, caught him. The same nigga that fed the multitude with a loaf of bread and 5 fish. How the fuck they catch this nigga? Girl, I don't know. That's what I heard this morning. They caught your mans. They caught him. Hold on, I gotta verify myself. Shit is so tricky. Ooh. Got it. Yeah, girl, I heard he was at the hair salon. He was getting his hair. He was getting a keratin treatment. Because, you know, he likes for his curls to flow. So he was in there getting a keratin treatment, girl, and they snatched his ass up. Well, did you talk to the lady that was doing his hair? She said, girl, yeah, they came in and snatched him out the chair. Ice got his ass, girl. Ice got him. Must have been that woolly hair that gave him away. So, this is not accidental. This is the curriculum design. So, purposeful act number 2. Jim Crow was legislated judgment. Jim Crow laws were voted on. Kind of like the Council of Nicaea. Just smooth this curl pattern out. You know, keratin treatments smooth your curl pattern out to lengthen your curls. That's why keratin. So the Jim Crow laws were debated like the Council of Nicaea debated the Bible. They were enforced by the court. People wrote legal opinions about exactly which people wrote opinions about which behaviors Black people could be judged for and what the penalties would be. Very few things stop me in my tracks. The Supreme Court in Plessy versus Ferguson in 1896 literally ruled that racial segregation was legal. Bring it back. That's not how things happened. Watch this. That's not how things happen. That is government design of a judgment system. Sit with that for a minute. Just sit with that for a minute. They got together, white folks got together to decide what behaviors black people could get penalized for. Southern legislatures passed thousands of laws specifying where black people could eat, sleep, walk, work, sit, drink, speak, learn, worship, marry, and die. Now, how the fuck are you supposed to know what's against the law as a black person? They made thousands of laws about what you would just be doing as a human. Well, this is how they got people back into prison. They made all of this, all these laws. Yeah. Now ask yourself why they're so obsessed with us. What would make them have to control us to this extent? What do you think would make them feel it necessary to go to this extent to control our movements, our speech, our learning, all of it? What do you think would make them have to go to these extents? Fear of what exactly? Fear of what? Because you know what's funny to me? Y'all always talking about white people fear black people, but they'd be all up in our face with their finger up our nose. What are you doing here? Do you have an ID? Do you live here in this building? Old white women. So y'all kill me talking about y'all so fearful of black people. You ain't fearful of black people until we say something back to you. Then it's, oh, hello, I fear for my life. Bitch, you walked up on me. So that fear argument is wasted on me. Hi, how you doing? Hey, I'm in Las Vegas too. Y'all don't be walking up on strangers. None of you niggas is walking up on no white strangers to confront them about nothing. Right? Now, you walk up on us, we're going to have to handle that business. But we're not the ones doing the walking. We're not the ones coming up to y'all saying nothing. And we certainly could. We absolutely could. But ask yourself why they would have to go to this extent. It's not fear. It's our power. They know our power more than we do. They know exactly who the fuck we are. You wouldn't have to go through these great lengths to do none of this shit if you did not know who the fuck we were. The problem is we forgot who we were. And they've done a whole lot to make sure we don't remember who we are. That's what the whole, why Why would you need to be spelled to forget who you are if you were not powerful? Why would they have to construct all of this if you were not powerful? We literally show them every fucking day, right? Because trust me, if they could use us as weapons, they would have done that. Because they've tried to many, many times. But white people have an innate need to be over someone else. They have an innate need. And I think that's an inferiority complex that is built into them. They know that they are inferior. The fear is not what we're going to do to them. The fear is it's going to become glaringly obvious that they are a fraud. Period. Because everything that they learned, we taught them. All of this spell casting and magic, they learned it from us, our mystery schools in Egypt. Those people were not dark-skinned Caucasians, they were Africans. Everything that they know how to do, we taught them. And then they used it against us. And this is why I have such a problem with you motherfuckers inviting motherfuckers to the fucking cookout. Because every time we invite a motherfucker to our cookout, they take our shit and flip it right back on us. Every goddamn time. Every time. We like Christopher Columbus, roll his ass. Oh, get him some water and some food. Fuck him. Put his ass back out to sea. Had it been me running that fucking village, everybody on that boat would not have made it home. Nobody. Welcome and good night. Go back and tell anybody about what? No, you're not going back over there and telling these people nothing. Oh my God, I just found the most awesome place. And really? Well, let me write some paper bowls so you can go take it over. Hi. I'm gonna stop. It's late, y'all. It's Thursday. It ain't even Friday. And I still got more shit to talk about on this judgment shit. So we're gonna pick up where we left off tomorrow. Because I really feel like I was punched in the stomach a minute ago. Southern legislators. Just the thought of these motherfuckers sitting around debating what we can fucking do. Well, I don't think they should be able to stand on a corner. That's a good one. Where's my pen? Where? You said stand on a corner, you said? Okay, no standing on a corner. Anybody else? I don't think they should be allowed to be outside after dark. Oh, that's a great one. No outside after dark. I don't think they should be able to read still. Let's just keep them dumb and laborious. Good one. No reading ever. There are like 6 sundown towns here in Nevada. More like 8. Just found this out yesterday. You don't got to worry about me taking my ass over there. I want them white folks to be by themselves. Let them motherfuckers have them sundown towns. Give them more towns. Give them more. Just keep their asses contained. Keep them contained in them little sundown towns. You can call them sunless towns. I don't give a fuck. Just keep them contained. So I'm going to go, but we'll pick this up tomorrow. We will pick this up tomorrow. You said Dallas is a sundown town. I believe it. I don't like nothing about Texas. I don't like nothing about Texas. I wish all black people would move their asses out of Texas and Florida. Don't like nothing about neither one of them. I really wish y'all would just let them have the South. They want it so goddamn bad. Let them have it. Why y'all down there dealing with that bullshit? Bring it all back. Bring all that segregation shit back. Bring y'all asses up to the north, goddammit. West. West. You can get that sun. Yeah, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Texas, Louisiana. Let them have it. Come on. Come on. So, I love y'all. This is it. This is the code. This is the shit that has been holding y'all back, that was implanted in your little baby brain by this goddamn church and these white folks. And we are going to make it out of this shit. I need y'all to start showing up as your fucking authentic self. Using your real fucking voice on your job. Wearing your real weekend clothes on your job. Okay? I want y'all to start being your authentic fucking self. In your neighborhoods and on your jobs and everywhere else you fucking go. I used to go to the whitest Walmart in Dayton with African clothes on. Yeah, get off them goddamn jobs. I used to purposely, back when I lived in Dayton, I'd purposely put on an African print dress. Oh my God, I love your dress. Thanks. I was daring somebody to say anything offensive. I chose violence every time. But they were all like, oh my God. Oh my God. No one goddamn well they don't like it. Listen, whenever a white person says to you, oh my God, I love your, it's a lie. You got Bantu nuts? What the fuck I'm talking about? It's a lie. The minute that voice goes up, oh my God, it's a lie. Everything that comes after that's a fucking lie. Don't fall for that shit. That's how they get you. That's how what did we learn yesterday? What I said to y'all yesterday, that's the ego opening. They have been taught to stroke the ego of niggas to get in there. So they start every conversation with a compliment. Oh my God, I love... No, you don't, bitch. No, the fuck you don't. Oh, have a nice day. Fuck out of here. Y'all don't ever do that though, because y'all be so busy trying to be nice. Oh, man. Well, yeah, I got it from... It's none of their business where you got it from. As soon as they compliment, oh my God, I love it. Yeah, no, I got it from this. Oh my God, I love the smell of your hair. Yeah, it's blue magic. Now they all over the internet using blue magic on their damn head. Now you can't even find no goddamn blue magic. Because Whitey is using it. That's what they get. Fats wants to say goodnight. Come on, buddy. You got to come over here so everybody can see you. They use a sulfur 8. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, you're doing a lot, my guy. You're doing a whole lot, Fats. You can't chew up mommy's microphone, sweetheart. Rude. Everybody say goodnight to Fats. Jesus Christ. Let me go, Fats. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I love y'all. And don't miss an opportunity to cuss a motherfucker out. And go get mother. I changed her on the site. If you do not have her, I'm his emotional support animal. If y'all don't have her, I changed the price on the site. So go and get it. And if you don't know where to find it, just message me and I'll tell you.